When grocery stores were a luxury and money was scarce, farm families had 30 tried-and-true dinners that could feed anyone who showed up at the table.
As far as these boys are concerned, well, hamburgers and hot dogs are
These weren't just meals. They were masterpieces of resourcefulness that turned simple ingredients into feasts that satisfied the hungriest field workers. These forgotten farmer dinners tell the story of American ingenuity in the kitchen.
And why not? They're looking forward to an important date, dinner at home with the family.
Each recipe represents generations of knowledge about making something extraordinary from what the land provided. Let's rediscover these incredible meals that built our country. The Threshing Crew's ultimate feast. Picture 15 hungry men walking in from the fields at noon, dust on their clothes and sweat on their faces. They expected a meal that could fuel them through the afternoon of backbreaking work. Farm wives knew exactly what to serve. The Threshing Crew's ultimate feast started with a massive pot roast, surrounded by every root vegetable from the cellar. This wasn't just dinner. This was a calculated strategy to feed the hardest working crew in the county without breaking the family budget. Carrots, potatoes, turnips, and onions all cooked together in one enormous roasting pan. The beauty was that this meal could stretch to feed anyone who showed up. An extra worker meant another scoop of vegetables, not panic in the kitchen. The secret was starting before dawn and letting everything slow cook while the morning chores got done. Sunday's golden promise. Sunday meant one thing on the farm. The best chicken in the yard was about to become dinner. Farm families didn't just fry chicken. They created a complete ritual around selecting, preparing, and serving their prized birds. The chosen hen met her fate Saturday evening, giving the meat time to rest before Sunday's grand preparation. The milk gravy, made in the same skillet, captured every bit of crispy goodness left behind. Those brown bits, stuck to the bottom of the cast-iron pan, held the secret to gravy that could make grown men weep with satisfaction. This wasn't convenience food. It was a weekly celebration that required planning, skill, and perfect timing. The lard had to reach exactly the right temperature. Too cool and the chicken absorbed grease. Too hot and the outside burned before the inside cooked through. Children learned to pluck feathers while mothers heated the lard to that crucial temperature. Young hands worked alongside experienced ones, learning techniques that would feed their own families someday. The gravy technique alone separated good cooks from great ones, using fresh milk from the morning milking. The cream that had risen overnight made the gravy rich and golden, nothing like the thin store-bought substitutes that came later. Churn Day's double reward. Making butter was exhausting work, but smart farm wives turned Churn Day into something special. The cream separator had done its job, leaving thick cream ready for the long process of churning into golden butter. While the cream turned to butter in that wooden churn, chicken simmered on the stove and fresh egg noodles rolled out on the kitchen table. 3 separate tasks happening at once, each requiring perfect timing to come together at dinner time. The real genius was serving it all over mashed potatoes, creating the ultimate comfort food combination. This wasn't just a meal, it was engineering designed to use every bit of dairy richness the farm could produce in one satisfying dinner. Fresh buttermilk from the churn, cream from the separator, and eggs from the henhouse all came together. The buttermilk that remained after churning became part of the noodle dough. The cream went into the mashed potatoes. Nothing got wasted on Churn Day. Rolling noodles by hand was an art that mothers taught daughters on Churn Days. The dough had to be rolled thin enough to cook quickly, but thick enough to hold up under the weight of chicken and gravy. When the pig became dinner, butchering day meant the entire farm community came together for one of the year's most important events. The blue enamel roaster came out for special occasions, and fresh pork with scalloped potatoes was the celebration meal that honored everyone's hard work. That distinctive blue roaster could hold enough food to feed a dozen hungry helpers who had spent hours processing the pig. Nothing could be wasted when a family invested months raising a pig for the table. Every scrap of meat found its purpose, and the choicest cuts went straight into the roaster with layers of thinly sliced potatoes from the root cellar. Layer after layer of sliced potatoes and fresh pork created a dish that could feed the neighbors who helped with butchering. The potatoes absorbed the rich pork drippings while the meat stayed tender and juicy, creating flavors that made the hard work worthwhile. The cream sauce binding everything together came from the farm's own dairy cows. That morning's milk provided the base for a sauce that turned simple ingredients into something worthy of the community feast. This meal represented months of planning, from raising the pig to growing the potatoes to timing the butchering perfectly. The oat bin secret. When meat was scarce, farm wives discovered that oats could transform a small amount of ground beef into a feast. A pound of hamburger that might feed 3 people suddenly stretched to satisfy 8 hungry mouths when mixed with ground oats from the feed bin. This wasn't just meatloaf. It was engineering designed to feed a large family with whatever protein they could afford. The oats absorbed moisture and expanded, creating bulk that made expensive meat go twice as far without anyone feeling cheated. The ketchup glaze on top made it look like a special occasion meal, even when money was tight. That shiny red coating transformed humble ingredients into something that looked like it belonged on a restaurant table. The sweet, tangy flavor masked any hint that this was stretcher food. Ground oats from the feed bin stretched the meat while adding nutrition and substance. Farm wives ran whole oats through their hand-crank grinders, creating a coarse meal that bound with the beef like magic. The oats added fiber and vitamins that store-bought breadcrumbs couldn't provide. Farm families ate this during lean times, but remembered it fondly, because it never felt like deprivation. Children asked for seconds and thirds, never suspecting they were eating Depression-era survival food. The secret was mixing the oats with milk and eggs to create a texture that fooled everyone. The milk softened the oats, while the eggs bound everything into a loaf that sliced clean and held together perfectly. Pounding out tough times. Round steak was cheap because it was tough, but farm wives knew exactly how to transform it into something tender. The butcher sold this cut for half the price of better steaks because most people couldn't figure out how to make it edible. The meat mallet came out first, pounding the steak until it submitted to their will. Those wooden mallets with the textured heads broke down the tough fibers that made round steak chewy. Farm wives pounded with rhythm and purpose, flattening the meat until it doubled in size. Flour, tomatoes, and onions created a gravy that could make shoe leather taste good. The flour coating caught the drippings during browning, creating the base for a sauce that would simmer for hours. Canned tomatoes from the previous summer's harvest added acidity that helped break down stubborn meat fibers. This technique turned the cheapest cut of beef into a meal that satisfied the hungriest farm workers. What started as tough, stringy meat became fork-tender perfection that fell apart at the touch of a knife. Swiss steak required patience, slow cooking for hours, while other chores got done around the farm. The low heat and long cooking time transformed tough connective tissue into rich, silky texture. The tomato-onion gravy was the real star, rich enough to make everyone forget they were eating budget meat. That sauce captured all the concentrated flavors from browning and slow cooking, creating something that tasted expensive. Farm wives took pride in their ability to make tough cuts, tender through skill and determination. This dish proved that technique mattered more than expensive ingredients when feeding a family. The hayfield hero. When hay season arrived, farm wives needed meals that could simmer unattended while everyone worked the fields. The timing was always unpredictable. Weather could change in an hour, and crews might work until sunset or come in early when equipment broke down. The Nesco roaster became the hero of harvest time, slow-cooking goulash that would be ready whenever the crew came in. That electric roaster sat on the kitchen counter like a faithful servant, maintaining perfect temperature without any supervision from the cook. Ground beef, noodles, and vegetables all cooked together in one pot that could feed a dozen people. onions, tomatoes, and whatever vegetables were ready in the garden joined the beef and egg noodles in that reliable roaster. The result fed hungry workers without requiring constant attention from farm wives who had their own field work to manage. This wasn't fancy cooking. It was strategic meal planning for the busiest time of year. Every ingredient had to earn its place by being hearty, filling, and capable of long cooking without turning to mush. The best part was that it actually improved the longer it cooked, perfect for unpredictable farm schedules. The flavors melded together over hours of gentle heat, creating something richer than any quick meal could achieve. Farm wives could start it at dawn, and no dinner would be perfect, whether the crew returned at noon or sunset. August's garden treasure. Late summer meant cabbage heads the size of basketballs growing in the garden and rows of glass jars filled with tomato sauce from the previous year's canning. August was the perfect time to combine this year's fresh cabbage harvest with last summer's preserved tomatoes. Rolling cabbage leaves around seasoned rice and meat created individual packages of comfort that could feed the whole family. Each leaf had to be blanched in boiling water until it was pliable, but not mushy, then carefully wrapped around a mixture of ground meat, rice, and onions. The tomato sauce came from jars preserved the summer before, connecting this year's harvest to last year's abundance. Opening those jars released the concentrated flavor of summer tomatoes that had been captured at their peak and stored in the cellar through winter and spring. This dish required patience and skill. Each roll had to be perfect, each leaf blanched just right. Too long in the boiling water and the leaves fell apart. Too short, and they cracked when rolled. Farm wives developed the timing through years of practice. Farm wives made dozens at once, knowing that cabbage rolls improved with time and reheating. The flavors melded together overnight, making day-old cabbage rolls even more satisfying than fresh ones. Children learned to help with the rolling, turning meal preparation into family tradition. Small hands were perfect for spreading the filling and rolling the leaves tight enough to hold together during cooking. August cabbage rolls celebrated both the current harvest and the foresight of previous seasons, proving that good planning created year-round abundance from simple ingredients. The old hen's final glory. When laying hens stopped producing eggs, they got one last chance to feed the family with dignity. These old birds had served faithfully for years, providing breakfast eggs and baby chicks. Now their tough meat would become the foundation for one of the most satisfying meals on the farm. The pressure cooker transformed tough old birds into tender meat that fell off the bone. That whistling pot worked magic that regular boiling could never achieve. The steam pressure broke down the stubborn connective tissue that made old hens chewy, turning them into silky, flavorful meat. Drop dumplings made from simple flour and water stretched the meal to feed everyone at the table. Farm wives mixed basic flour with just enough water to form a thick batter, then dropped spoonfuls directly into the bubbling broth. Breakfast's evening victory. Sometimes the best dinner was actually breakfast served when the sun went down. Farm families discovered this truth during the busiest seasons when traditional cooking took too much time and energy after 16-hour workdays. Biscuits and sausage gravy represented comfort food at its most fundamental level. The combination delivered everything a tired body needed: carbohydrates for energy, protein for strength, and fat for satisfaction. No fancy ingredients required, just flour, milk, and meat from the farm's own production. Farm families discovered that breakfast foods could satisfy dinner hunger just as well as traditional meals. The beauty was in the simplicity. Hot biscuits split open and smothered in rich, peppery gravy that stuck to hungry ribs better than most elaborate dinners. The key was making everything from scratch. Biscuits that were fluffy, gravy that was rich and peppery. Farm wives used fresh milk from the evening milking and sausage they had made and smoked themselves. Every element connected directly to the land that supported the family. This meal cost almost nothing but delivered maximum satisfaction after long days of physical work. New Year's lucky feast. January 1st meant pork and sauerkraut, a tradition that promised prosperity for the coming year. Farm families woke up on New Year's Day knowing exactly what would grace their dinner table that evening. The crock of kraut had been fermenting since autumn, developing the perfect tangy bite through months of patient waiting. That wooden crock sat in the cool cellar, transforming fresh cabbage into something sharp and complex that could cut through the richness of winter pork. Buttered potatoes provided the mild backdrop that let the bold flavors of pork and kraut shine. Those simple boiled potatoes, mashed with fresh butter from the churn, created the perfect neutral canvas for the intense combination of salty pork and sour cabbage. This wasn't just a meal, it was a ritual that connected farm families to their German and Eastern European roots. Immigrant families brought this tradition across the ocean, believing that eating pork on New Year's Day would bring wealth because pigs root forward, never backward. The combination was supposed to bring good luck, but it definitely brought satisfaction on cold winter days. The rich pork fat warmed bellies, while the tangy kraut provided vitamins that fresh vegetables couldn't supply in the middle of winter. Farm wives planned this meal months in advance, timing the kraut fermentation perfectly. Making kraut in late summer meant it would be ready for New Year's dinner after months of slow transformation in the cellar. Every family had their own variation, but the core combination never changed: pork, kraut, and potatoes. New Year's dinner represented hope, tradition, and the promise that preserved foods would carry families through winter. Church basement classic. Some meals were so popular they appeared at every church supper and community gathering. Beef and wide noodles over mashed potatoes became the gold standard that every church basement cook knew by heart. This combination satisfied everyone from small children to the hardest working farmers in the congregation. The wide egg noodles provided substance that thin pasta couldn't match, while tender beef gave protein that kept field workers going through long afternoons. Church basement cooks knew that simple, hearty food brought communities together better than fancy dishes. They understood that comfort food had to work for everyone, from toddlers in high chairs to elderly members who needed easy-to-chew meals. The secret was using plenty of butter and cream to make everything rich and satisfying. Fresh butter melted into the mashed potatoes, while cream bound the beef and noodles into something that felt like a warm hug on a plate. Storm night salvation. When bad weather trapped families indoors, pantry ingredients had to create satisfying meals that could lift spirits and fill stomachs. Storm nights meant no trips to town and no fresh ingredients from the garden. Whatever sat on the shelf had to become dinner. Canned tuna, frozen peas, and white bread became the foundation for emergency comfort food that actually tasted good. That tin of tuna transformed from simple fish into the protein base for something that felt substantial and warming during cold, stormy nights. Farm families learned to make this combination taste like a treat rather than emergency rations. The key was seasoning the cream sauce well with salt, pepper, and whatever herbs were available. Toasting the bread until it could support the weight prevented soggy disappointment. Stormy weather meals proved that comfort could come from the simplest combinations when prepared with care and attention. Field thermos magic. Taking hot meals to workers in distant fields required containers that could keep food warm for hours. The old thermos jug became the lifeline between the farm kitchen and crews working acres away from the house, maintaining serving temperature through morning and afternoon shifts. Sloppy joes, made from home-canned tomato sauce, traveled better than almost any other hot meal. The thick sauce clung to the ground beef without separating during transport, and the mixture actually improved after sitting in the thermos for hours as flavors melded together. The sauce was made during tomato season and stored in jars for year-round convenience. Farm wives processed bushels of ripe tomatoes in late summer, creating dozens of quart jars filled with rich, seasoned sauce that would become countless field meals throughout the year. Rainy day perfection. When weather stopped outdoor work, farm wives used the time to create meals that required extra attention. Rain drumming on the roof meant a chance to tackle the kind of cooking that busy seasons never allowed, the careful, time-intensive dishes that made a house feel like home. Chicken pot pie with homemade lard crust was the ultimate rainy day project. This wasn't a quick dinner thrown together between chores. This was an all-day labor of love that transformed simple ingredients into something that could feed a family for days. Every ingredient came from the farm: chicken from the yard, vegetables from the garden, cream from the dairy. The filling combined whatever vegetables were available with tender chicken meat and rich cream sauce, creating a complete meal wrapped in golden pastry. Rainy day cooking allowed time for the careful techniques that busy seasons didn't permit. Rolling out pie crust and assembling the filling became a meditative break from the usual farm rush. Each step required patience and attention that field work rarely allowed. Sweet cream skillet gold. Fresh corn from the garden met sweet cream from the separator in a cast-iron skillet that made magic happen. August mornings meant walking through rows of corn taller than a man's head, selecting ears with kernels so tender they popped when you pressed them with your fingernail. Salt pork cracklings added the smoky, salty crunch that made this simple side dish unforgettable. Those golden bits of rendered pork fat brought texture and flavor that transformed sweet corn into something that belonged on Sunday dinner tables. The cast iron held heat perfectly, caramelizing the corn while the cream created a luxurious sauce. That seasoned skillet distributed temperature evenly, browning corn kernels without burning while the cream reduced into something golden and rich. Salt pork cracklings were the leftover treasure from rendering lard, too good to waste. After making lard for pie crusts and frying, those crispy bits waited in glass jars, ready to transform ordinary vegetables into something extraordinary. Calving season comfort. When spring calving season arrived, farm families needed meals that could simmer unattended during long nights in the barn. Pregnant cows required constant watching, and someone had to check on them every few hours through the night. There was no time for complicated cooking when new calves might arrive at any moment. Chili became the perfect solution, hearty, warming, and better after hours of slow cooking. The longer it simmered on the back of the stove, the richer the flavors became. Farm wives could throw together ground beef, beans, and tomatoes in the morning, and no dinner would be waiting whenever the family could gather around the table. Cast iron cornbread baked in the same reliable pan every time, creating crispy edges and tender centers. That seasoned skillet had been making cornbread for years, developing the perfect non-stick surface that modern pans couldn't match. The hot iron created a golden crust while keeping the inside moist and crumbly. Ham steak morning glory. Ham steak with red-eye gravy represented Southern farm cooking at its most distinctive. This wasn't found on tables up north or out west. It was pure Southern tradition that marked a family's regional roots as clearly as their accent. Sliced apples cooked in butter until they were tender and golden, their natural sweetness cutting through the rich saltiness of ham and the bitter edge of coffee gravy. This meal could appear at breakfast, dinner, or supper because it satisfied at any hour. Red-eye gravy required strong coffee and the skill to balance those intense flavors without letting one overpower the others. Too much coffee, and the gravy turned bitter. Too little, and it lacked the distinctive punch that made it memorable. And the skill to balance those intense flavors without letting one overpower the others. Too much coffee, and the gravy turned bitter. Too little, and it lacked the distinctive punch that made it memorable. Farm-cured ham provided the intense flavor that made this simple meal unforgettable. Hams that had been salt-cured and smoke-aged for months delivered concentrated taste that store-bought meat couldn't match. Fried apples used fruit that might be past fresh eating, but perfect for cooking. Slightly soft apples that wouldn't keep much longer found new purpose in the skillet. Ham steak dinners represented regional traditions that connected farm families to their cultural roots. Haying day strategy. Hay season demanded meals that could cook themselves while everyone worked in the fields. When weather was perfect for cutting and baling, every hand was needed from dawn to dusk. There was no time for complicated cooking that required constant attention. Kielbasa and cabbage in a vinegar skillet required minimal attention, but delivered maximum satisfaction. The smoky Polish sausage provided protein that could sustain hard-working crews, while the cabbage stretched the meal to feed everyone who showed up at the table. The vinegar brightened the rich sausage and tender cabbage, creating a perfect balance of flavors. That splash of vinegar cut through the fat from the kielbasa and added the tangy bite that made this simple combination memorable. The acid also helped break down the cabbage fibers, making everything tender. This meal used ingredients that could withstand long cooking without losing their appeal. Kielbasa was already fully cooked, so it couldn't be ruined by extra time in the skillet. Cabbage actually improved with slow cooking, becoming sweet and silky. First picking paradise. The first new potatoes and peas of the season deserved a preparation that honored their delicate perfection. Farm wives watched their gardens carefully in late spring, waiting for those marble-sized potatoes and tender pea pods that signaled winter was finally over. Creamed new potatoes and peas represented the reward for months of waiting through winter and spring. After eating stored root vegetables and canned goods for months, these first fresh vegetables tasted like pure sunshine on a plate. These vegetables were so tender and sweet, they needed only cream and butter to become extraordinary. The natural sugars in baby peas and new potatoes were at their peak, requiring no fancy seasonings or complicated preparations to shine. First picking meals celebrated the return of fresh food after a winter of preserved and stored ingredients. Opening the root cellar had sustained the family through cold months, but nothing matched the taste of vegetables pulled from warm spring soil. New potatoes had skins so tender they didn't need peeling, just gentle scrubbing under cool water. Those paper-thin skins held all the flavor and nutrients, making peeling a waste of both time and taste. Fresh peas were sweet enough to eat raw, but even better when barely cooked in rich cream. The key was cooking them just long enough to warm through, while keeping their bright green color and crisp texture. This dish marked the turning point from winter scarcity to summer abundance. First picking celebrations reminded farm families why they endured the hard work of gardening through another season. Iron tonic tradition. Liver and onions wasn't just dinner, it was medicine disguised as a meal. Farm wives served this combination, knowing it would build strength in growing children and cure the fatigue that came from long days of physical work. Farm families understood that iron-rich liver could cure weakness and pale complexions better than any store-bought tonic. Children who complained of being tired got liver for dinner until their energy returned. Working men who felt run down found themselves facing plates of liver until their strength came back. Sweet cream gravy made the strong-flavored liver palatable even for reluctant eaters. That rich, smooth sauce covered the intense mineral taste that made children wrinkle their noses. The gravy transformed medicine into comfort food that even picky eaters would finish. This meal appeared regularly on farm tables because hard work demanded strong bodies and steady energy. Farm wives scheduled liver dinners based on the family's needs, more often during harvest season when everyone worked from dawn to dusk. The key was not overcooking the liver, keeping it tender rather than tough and bitter. Overcooked liver became like shoe leather and tasted twice as bad. Perfect timing meant liver that was cooked through but still tender enough to cut with a fork. Onions provided the sweet contrast that balanced liver's intense mineral flavor. Those caramelized onions added natural sweetness that softened the strong taste without masking the nutrition the family needed. Farm wives knew that good nutrition sometimes required making medicine taste like comfort food. Iron tonic dinners represented the practical approach farm families took to maintaining health through food. Winter jar treasure. Glass jars of home-canned beef tips represented security during long winter months. Farm wives spent summer days processing tender cuts of beef into sealed jars that would feed the family when snow covered the ground and fresh meat was scarce. The canning process began with selecting the finest cuts from freshly butchered beef, typically the chuck or round that would become tender through pressure canning. Each piece was cut to uniform size, ensuring even cooking and perfect presentation when the jar was opened months later. The meat was packed carefully into sterilized quart jars, leaving precisely 1 inch of headspace to allow for proper sealing. Raw packing was the preferred method for beef tips, as it preserved more natural juices than hot packing. Salt was added to each jar, 1 teaspoon per quart, not for flavor, but to help draw out moisture during processing. The filled jars went into the pressure canner for 90 minutes at 10 pounds pressure, a process that guaranteed both safety and tenderness. The tender meat needed only reheating and serving over buttered bread to create a satisfying meal. Those beef tips had been cooked once during the canning process, making them fork tender and ready to eat with minimal preparation. Winter jar meals proved that summer's preservation work paid dividends when fresh food was hard to come by. Beef tips canned at home were more tender and flavorful than anything available in stores. The home canning process broke down tough fibers while sealing in all the rich, meaty flavors. Each jar held chunks of beef that had been carefully selected and processed at the peak of quality. Opening a jar of home-canned beef tips released aromas that filled the winter kitchen with the promise of summer abundance. The meat emerged fork tender, surrounded by its own rich juices that had concentrated during the canning process. Steam rising from the heated contents created instant comfort on the coldest days. Timber edge bounty. When hunting season provided venison, farm families knew exactly how to transform wild game into civilized dinners. The successful hunter who brought home a deer faced the challenge of turning strong-flavored wild meat into something the whole family would eat without complaint. Proper field dressing and aging made the difference between good venison and meat that tasted too wild for family consumption. The deer had to be field dressed immediately, cooled quickly, and aged in the cold barn for at least a week. This aging process allowed natural enzymes to break down tough fibers while developing more complex flavors. Venison roast with onion gravy required techniques that tamed the strong flavors of wild meat. Farm wives soaked the roast in milk overnight to draw out the blood and gamey taste. Then they rubbed it with salt and herbs before slow roasting it with plenty of onions that would become the base for rich gravy. The milk soaking process was crucial for family acceptance of wild game. Fresh milk, changed twice during the soaking period, drew out the blood that created metallic flavors. The roast emerged from its milk bath, looking paler and milder, ready for seasoning that would complement rather than mask its natural flavors. Slow roasting at low temperature prevented the meat from becoming tough and stringy. The roast went into a 275-degree oven surrounded by sliced onions that would caramelize during the long cooking process. This This gentle heat broke down tough fibers without drying out the lean wild meat. Saturday's boiler feast. Saturday meant using the big boiler to create meals that could feed everyone with minimal effort. Farm wives brought out that large pot, knowing they could transform scraps and leftovers into something that would satisfy the hungriest workers without requiring constant attention. Ham bones, cabbage, and rutabagas simmered together into a complete dinner that cost almost nothing. Those bones from Sunday's ham still held plenty of meat and flavor, while cabbage from the garden and rutabagas from the root cellar added substance and nutrition. It was the family's largest vessel, often holding 4 to 6 gallons, seasoned black from years of use over wood-fired stoves. This was serious equipment for serious cooking, the kind of pot that could feed a threshing crew or provide meals for multiple days without breaking a sweat. Timing was everything with boiler meals. Smart farm wives started the pot bubbling right after breakfast cleanup, knowing that 8 hours of gentle simmering would transform tough ingredients into fork-tender perfection. The ham bones went in first, alone, to create a rich base broth that would become the foundation for everything that followed. The boiler method extracted every bit of flavor and nutrition from ingredients that might otherwise be wasted. That slow, gentle cooking pulled the last traces of meat from the bones while creating a rich broth that made everything taste expensive. Steam would rise from that pot all day, filling the kitchen with aromas that promised satisfaction. Saturday boiler dinners used leftovers and scraps to create meals that satisfied better than costly ingredients. Ham bones from previous meals still had enough meat clinging to them to create rich, satisfying broth that formed the foundation of the entire meal. Those bones often came from 3 or 4 different Sunday dinners, accumulated in the cold cellar until enough gathered to justify firing up the big boiler. Root cellars provided the winter vegetables that turned bone broth into complete meals. Cabbage heads wrapped in newspaper stayed crisp through winter months, while rutabagas buried in sawdust remained sweet and firm until spring. These storage vegetables had been selected in fall specifically for their keeping qualities and their ability to improve with slow cooking. Rutabagas were the forgotten root vegetable that added sweetness and substance to winter meals. These purple-topped roots had been stored in the cellar since fall, developing natural sugars that balanced the salty ham and mild cabbage perfectly. Unlike turnips, which could turn bitter, rutabagas grew sweeter during storage, their starches converting to sugars that created natural sweetness without added cost. The layered cooking process required understanding each ingredient's timing. Rutabagas needed hours to become tender, so they joined the bones early in the process. Cabbage went in during the final 2 hours, long enough to become silky, but not so long that it disappeared into mush. Seasonings came last. Farm wives tasted and adjusted until the broth sang with perfect balance. This cooking method required patience, but rewarded families with deeply flavored, nutritious food. The long, slow simmer allowed all the flavors to blend together while the tough rutabagas became tender and the cabbage melted into silky sweetness. Saturday boiler meals proved that the best dinners often came from the humblest ingredients and the willingness to let time work its magic. Leftover pan magic. Leftover cornmeal mush became the foundation for a completely different meal the next day. Farm wives never threw away the thick golden mush that remained after breakfast. Instead, they poured it into a loaf pan and let it cool overnight in the cellar until it became firm enough to slice. Transformation began with perfect cornmeal mush preparation the day before. This wasn't thin, watery porridge, but thick, substantial mush that could support a spoon standing upright. The cornmeal had to be stirred constantly during cooking to prevent lumps, creating a smooth golden mass that would hold its shape when cooled. Slicing cold mush and frying it until crispy transformed humble leftovers into something special. Those thick slices hit the hot cast iron skillet with a satisfying sizzle, developing golden crusts that crackled when you bit into them. The outside turned crispy, while the inside stayed creamy and smooth. The slicing technique mattered as much as the cooking. Slices cut too thin would fall apart in the pan, while thick slices wouldn't develop proper crusts. The perfect slice measured about 3/4 of an inch thick, substantial enough to hold together, but thin enough to cook evenly. Sharp knives were essential. Ragged cuts created uneven surfaces that wouldn't brown properly. Cast iron skillets, preheated until water droplets danced across the surface, provided the intense heat needed for proper crusting. A thin layer of bacon grease or lard prevented sticking while adding flavor that complemented the corn's natural sweetness. The first side needed to develop a deep golden crust before flipping. Impatience resulted in torn, uneven surfaces. Sausage syrup made from drippings and a touch of sweetener created the perfect topping. Farm wives saved the fat and brown bits from breakfast sausage, then mixed them with a little molasses or honey. The result was a sweet, savory sauce that made fried mush taste like dessert. Creating sausage syrup required understanding the balance between sweet and savory elements. Too much sweetener made it cloying, while too little left it just greasy. Brown bits from the sausage, those caramelized proteins and fats, provided the complex flavors that elevated simple drippings into something worth saving. This technique proved that farm families never truly had leftovers, just ingredients for tomorrow's meal. What looked like waste became the star of the next day's breakfast or supper, depending on when hunger struck. The timing flexibility made fried mush perfect for unpredictable farm schedules. Fried mush slices had crispy outsides and creamy centers that satisfied both texture and flavor cravings. Every bite delivered contrasts that made simple cornmeal feel exciting. Sausage syrup balanced sweet and savory flavors in a way that made breakfast feel like dessert. Leftover transformation was an art form that farm wives mastered out of necessity and perfected through practice. They understood that creativity could turn yesterday's breakfast into today's treat. Leftover pan meals represented the ultimate victory of creativity over waste. End of season salvation. When the garden season ended, smart farm wives saved every scrap in the freezer for one final feast. Those plastic bags accumulated throughout the harvest months, a handful of green beans here, some corn kernels there, carrot tops that were too good to throw away. The collection process started in midsummer when the first vegetables reached maturity. Every time a farm wife prepared vegetables for canning or fresh eating, the scraps went into labeled freezer bags. Beet greens too tender for the compost, corn kernels cut from imperfect cobs, green beans with slight blemishes that wouldn't look perfect in canning jars. Everything edible found its way into those accumulating bags. Organization became crucial as the bags multiplied. Smart cooks labeled each bag with contents and dates, understanding that some vegetables would contribute better flavors than others. Root vegetable peelings provided earthy depth, while herb trimmings added complexity that elevated simple vegetable scraps into sophisticated soup bases. Kettle soup, made from freezer bag ends, transformed vegetable scraps into a satisfying meal that could feed the whole family. Farm wives emptied every bag into their biggest pot, creating combinations that changed with each batch, depending on what the season had provided. This wasn't garbage soup. It was the concentrated essence of an entire growing season. Every spoonful contained the memory of July tomatoes, August corn, September beans, and October carrots. Flavors told the story of months spent tending, harvesting, and preserving. The cooking process required intuition developed over years of similar soup making. Heartier vegetables like carrot chunks and potato pieces went in first, needing longer cooking times to become tender. Leafy greens and herb trimmings waited until the final minutes. preserving their bright flavors and preventing them from disappearing into mush. Seasoning end-of-season soup challenged even experienced cooks because every batch contained different combinations of vegetables. The soup might be predominantly corn-flavored one year, heavy with tomato the next. Every spoonful contained the memory of July tomatoes, August corn, September beans, and October carrots. The flavors told the story of months spent tending, harvesting, and preserving. The cooking process required intuition developed over years of similar soup making. Heartier vegetables like carrot chunks and potato pieces went in first, needing longer cooking times to become tender. Leafy greens and herb trimmings waited until the final minutes, preserving their bright flavors and preventing them from disappearing into mush. Seasoning end-of-season soup challenged even experienced cooks because every batch contained different combinations of vegetables. The soup might be predominantly corn-flavored one year, heavy with tomato the next. Each batch required tasting and adjusting, building flavor layers that would complement whatever vegetables dominated that particular harvest. Every vegetable that was too small to preserve individually found its purpose in the season-end kettle. Those few green beans that didn't fill a canning jar, the corn kernels cut from cobs with blemishes, the beet greens that were too tender to waste. Everything had value in this final celebration. The variety of vegetables created complex flavors that couldn't be achieved with any single ingredient. Each pot was different because each garden produced its own unique combination of abundance and oddments. This unpredictability became part of the soup's charm. No two batches would ever taste exactly the same. Farm families looked forward to this soup because it tasted like the memory of summer abundance concentrated into one warming bowl. Nothing edible was ever wasted when creative cooks could transform scraps into satisfying meals. End-of-season soup represented the perfect closure to months of gardening and preserving work. Barn shift sustenance. Late-night barn shifts during calving season required food that could be eaten quickly and quietly. When cows were ready to deliver, someone had to check on them every few hours through the night. These midnight meals had to fuel exhausted farmers without waking the whole household. Calving season stretched from February through April, when temperatures could drop below zero and winds cut through multiple layers of clothing. The physical demands of checking pregnant cows, assisting difficult births, and caring for newborn calves in harsh conditions required fuel that would sustain energy through long, cold hours of outdoor work. SOS on baking powder biscuits provided the protein and carbohydrates needed for long, cold nights. That creamed chipped beef on hot biscuits delivered everything a tired body needed: salt, fat, protein, and filling starches that would sustain energy through hours of barn work. The military heritage of SOS, dried beef on toast, known by soldiers as same old stuff, or more colorful variations, made it perfect for farm emergency feeding. Originally designed to provide maximum nutrition with shelf-stable ingredients, it adapted perfectly to farm life where midnight hunger struck without warning and convenience foods didn't exist. Preparation had to be fast enough for someone operating on 2 hours of sleep, but substantial enough to fuel hard physical labor. The cream sauce started with bacon grease or butter. Flour whisked in to create a roux, then milk added gradually to prevent lumps. Dried beef, torn into bite-sized pieces, went in just long enough to heat through without becoming tough. Baking powder biscuits were faster than yeast bread, but still provided the foundation for a substantial meal. Mixed, rolled, and baked in under 30 minutes, these biscuits emerged from the oven light, fluffy, and capable of soaking up every drop of the creamy sauce without falling apart. Garden pickles on the side added the bright acidity that cut through rich, creamy flavors. Those tangy cucumber slices preserved in vinegar provided the sharp contrast that made heavy comfort food feel balanced and complete instead of overwhelming. The pickle choice mattered. Sweet pickles would fight with the savory cream sauce. Barn shift meals had to be portable, satisfying, and able to provide sustained energy. The combination could be eaten with one hand while holding a lantern with the other. No fancy plates or utensils required, just substantial food that could be consumed standing up in the kitchen before heading back outside. The portability factor couldn't be ignored. Sometimes calving emergencies required eating while walking to the barn or wolfing down food between checking different groups of cattle. Everything had to stay together without making a mess or requiring two hands to manage. SOS was military-inspired comfort food that farm families adapted for their own demanding schedules. The creamed beef mixture traveled well and reheated easily, making it perfect for unpredictable barn duty timing. Baking powder biscuits were faster than yeast bread, but still provided the foundation for a substantial meal. Homemade pickles preserved the garden's brightness for times when fresh vegetables were unavailable. Barn shift dinners proved that even the most challenging work schedules could include satisfying, nourishing food that honored both necessity and taste. Puller's picnic perfection. When neighbors gathered to pull stumps or raise barns, the meal had to be special enough to thank volunteers for their backbreaking labor. Farm families understood that community cooperation required proper hospitality. You couldn't ask for help without offering something worthy in return. Cold roast beef with horseradish cream represented the finest hospitality that honored hard-working helpers. This combination showed neighbors they were valued members of the community whose time and sweat deserved recognition. The cold presentation made it practical for outdoor serving while maintaining an air of elegance. This wasn't everyday food. It was the best the farm could offer to show appreciation for community cooperation. Farm wives saved their finest cuts of beef for these occasions, knowing that reputation in farming communities traveled fast. Cheap food meant cheap gratitude. Cold roast beef required advanced planning and the best cut the family could afford. The meat had to be cooked perfectly the day before, then chilled overnight to achieve the right texture for slicing. No shortcuts could be taken when the community was watching. Horseradish cream provided the sharp bite that elevated simple roast beef into something memorable. Fresh horseradish root was grated and mixed with cream to create a sauce that cleared sinuses and made simple beef taste sophisticated. That fiery kick separated this meal from ordinary fare. The preparation ritual began before dawn on workdays. Farm wives would rise early to slice the chilled beef paper thin, arrange it on their best platters, and prepare fresh batches of horseradish cream. Every slice had to be perfect because imperfect food reflected poorly on the entire family's reputation. Puller's picnic meals had to be impressive enough to ensure neighbors would return when help was needed again. The combination was elegant enough for company, but practical enough to serve outdoors. Community work meals represented the social bonds that held farming communities together. Friday night tradition. Friday night meant fish, and salmon patties were the affordable way to honor that tradition. Farm families who couldn't afford fresh fish found a solution in those tall cans of pink salmon that sat on pantry shelves year-round. Canned salmon became crispy, golden patties that satisfied fish cravings without breaking the budget. Farm wives mixed the flaked salmon with breadcrumbs and eggs, then shaped them into patties that sizzled in hot cast-iron skillets. The outside developed a golden crust, while the inside stayed moist and flaky. The art of salmon patties lay in the proportions. Too much filler made them taste like breadcrumbs. Too little made them fall apart in the pan. Experienced cooks knew to drain the salmon thoroughly, removing every bit of liquid that could make the mixture too wet. The best best patties held together without being dense, crispy without being dry. Creamed peas provided the rich, comforting side that made this simple meal feel complete. Those bright green peas, whether fresh from the garden or frozen from the previous season, simmered in cream sauce that balanced the salty salmon perfectly. The cream sauce was never thick enough to mask the peas' sweetness, but rich enough to coat each one with velvety smoothness. Vinegar slaw added the bright, tangy crunch that balanced the rich salmon and creamy peas. Farm wives shredded cabbage from the garden and dressed it with vinegar and a touch of sugar, creating a crisp contrast to the warm, creamy elements on the plate. The slaw had to be made fresh for each meal. Yesterday's wilted cabbage wouldn't provide the sharp crunch that made the combination work. Friday fish dinners connected farm families to religious traditions, even when fresh fish wasn't available. The Catholic practice of eating fish on Fridays meant families needed affordable options that could feed everyone without requiring trips to distant fish markets. Salmon patties democratized the Friday fish tradition, making it accessible to families far from oceans or rivers. The Friday night ritual became something children looked forward to. The sizzle of patties in the skillet, the smell of creamed peas bubbling on the stove, the sharp tang of fresh slaw cutting through rich flavors. These sensory memories would follow them long after they left the farm. Salmon patties proved that canned fish could be transformed into something that felt special and deliberate. The combination of textures, crispy patties, creamy peas, crunchy slaw, made this meal memorable enough to become a weekly tradition. Company night excellence. When special company came to dinner, farm wives brought out their finest ingredients and best techniques. The good china came down from the high shelf, and the best cuts of meat came up from the cellar. This wasn't the time for everyday meals or shortcuts. Chuck roast with pressure-canned green beans represented the pinnacle of farm family hospitality. That tender roast had been selected carefully from the best part of the beef, while the green beans came from jars that had been processed at the peak of summer freshness. Company meals required days of preparation. The roast had to be chosen weeks ahead when the beef was butchered, then aged properly in the cold cellar. The green beans had been selected at their peak of tenderness, processed in small batches to ensure perfect texture and color. Every element on the company plate represented months of planning and the best the farm could produce. The roast itself demanded perfect timing, slow cooked until fork tender but not falling apart, seasoned with herbs from the kitchen garden, and presented whole before carving at the table. This wasn't pot roast chopped up and served family style. This was restaurant presentation that showed guests they were worth the extra effort. Pressure-canned green beans retained more color and texture than other preservation methods. Those bright green beans looked like they had just been picked from the garden, not stored in jars for months. The pressure canning process kept them firm and flavorful in ways that water bath canning couldn't achieve. Farm wives took pride in green beans that looked fresh in February, proof of their skill in preservation. The onions cooked with the beans added sweetness that complemented the rich, tender roast. Those caramelized onions had absorbed the beef drippings while adding their own mellow flavor to every forkful of vegetables. The timing had to be perfect. Onions added too early would disappear into mush, too late would remain sharp and raw. Company presentations extended beyond the food itself. The table was set with the wedding china and good silverware, cloth napkins replaced everyday paper, and candles provided warm light that made everyone look their best. The dining room table, reserved for special occasions, replaced the everyday kitchen table where the family usually gathered. Company night dinners required advanced planning and the willingness to use the best preserved foods. This meal demonstrated that farm families could create restaurant-quality food from their own resources. Company night excellence proved that hospitality was measured not in expense, but in care and attention to quality. These 30 forgotten dinners represent more than just meals. They're a masterclass in resourcefulness that built America. Every dish tells the story of families who understood that creativity and skill mattered more than expensive ingredients. Farm wives transformed tough cuts into tender feasts, stretched scarce meat with garden vegetables, and created comfort from whatever the land provided. They knew that feeding people well meant more than just filling stomachs. It meant creating memories and traditions that held communities together. Share your memories of these forgotten feasts in the comments below. Help keep these incredible traditions alive for the next generation. Your grandfather probably ate these 30 brain dishes without blinking an eye.
Just put a little bit of water and you boil it.
But mention them today and watch people turn green. From Depression-era lunch counters to church basement potlucks, animal brains were once as common on American tables as hamburgers are now. If your family ever served brain dishes and you remember them, hit that like button and let us know in the comments which ones you tried. St. Louis fried brain sandwich. Walk into any tavern along the Mississippi River in 1950, and you'd find fried brain sandwich with pickles and onions on every chalkboard. This was working man's food that filled bellies after long shifts in the stockyards. The brain sandwich started with fresh pork brains from the morning's slaughter. Sliced thick and coated in seasoned flour, cast iron skillets heated with lard until the fat shimmered. Those brains hit that hot fat with a satisfying sizzle, developing crusts that crackled when you bit through them. The inside stayed creamy and mild. Fresh Kaiser rolls were split and toasted golden, spread with yellow mustard that cut through the rich coating. Thick slices of raw onion added bite, while dill pickles provided the acid that made everything balance perfectly. Rivertown taverns served thousands of these sandwiches every week through the 1960s. Steel workers, longshoremen, and meat packers knew exactly which bars made them best. The tradition died with neighborhood taverns when meat processing centralized and fresh brains became harder to find. Pork brains and eggs. During the Great Depression, a can of pork brains could stretch 3 eggs into breakfast for 6 people. Farm wives and city mothers discovered this protein-rich combination that turned expensive eggs into filling meals. The technique started with heating bacon grease in cast iron skillets until it rippled like liquid silk. Canned pork brains, drained and crumbled, went into that hot fat first, needing just enough cooking to warm through and develop slightly golden color without becoming tough. Beaten eggs poured over the warming brains created a scramble that looked familiar, but tasted richer than regular eggs. The brains added creamy texture while providing protein that lasted through long workdays. Salt and pepper were often the only seasonings needed. This breakfast appeared on tables from Appalachian farms to industrial city kitchens throughout the 1930s and 1940s. Children grew up eating brain scrambles without thinking twice. It was just breakfast, like oatmeal or pancakes. The dish began disappearing in the 1950s as prosperity returned and fresh meat became more affordable. Why stretch eggs with brains when you could afford bacon or sausage? Calf's brains, Meunier. Same brown butter and caper sauce that made Dover Sole Elegant worked magic on the humblest cut from the butcher shop. Calf's brains Meunier appeared on hotel dining room menus throughout the 1940s and 1950s, proving that technique could elevate any ingredient. Preparation began with soaking fresh calf brains in cold water with vinegar to remove blood traces. French technique demanded careful handling. Brains were patted dry, then dredged lightly in seasoned flour. Clarified butter heated until it turned perfect golden amber. The brains went in gently, developing crusts that protected the creamy interior. Meunière sauce began in the same pan. Fresh butter continued browning until it reached hazelnut color, then capers and lemon juice added the bright finish. Home cooks learned these restaurant techniques from cookbooks promising elegant entertaining on Depression-era budgets. The dish disappeared from menus in the 1970s as diners became more squeamish about organ meats. Brain fritters. Every church potluck had that mysterious tray of golden fritters that disappeared faster than desserts, but nobody admitted knowing what was inside. Grandmothers perfected these bite-sized mysteries using every scrap from hog butchering day. The secret started with grinding cooked pork brains through the finest meat grinder plate until smooth. This paste, mixed with beaten eggs, flour, and seasonings, usually salt, pepper, and sage. The fritter batter required perfect consistency, thick enough to hold together, loose enough to puff up light and airy. Cast iron Dutch ovens filled with lard heated to exactly the right temperature. Spoonfuls of brain batter puffed up like magic, turning golden brown within minutes. Children bit into these golden treats without questioning ingredients. They tasted like seasoned, crispy comfort food that satisfied in ways store-bought appetizers never could. Tacos de sesos. These brain tacos were weekend traditions, drawing regular customers who knew when fresh batches would be ready. Preparation began before dawn with beef brains soaked in cold water, then simmered gently with bay leaves, onion, and salt. Perfectly cooked brains emerged tender enough to flake apart but firm enough for tacos, seasoned simply with salt, pepper, and cumin. Fresh corn tortillas provided foundation for flaked brains, topped with chopped onion and cilantro. Green salsa made from tomatillos, jalapenos, and garlic added bright acid, balancing the rich filling perfectly. Regular customers arrived early, knowing brain tacos would sell out by noon. The creamy, seasoned brains contrasted with bright salsa and fresh tortilla, creating flavors regular meat tacos couldn't match. German Club Herrensalat, Milwaukee's German social clubs, served brain salad at every gathering, preserving Old World traditions adapted to New World ingredients. This was cultural identity preserved in vinaigrette, served with rye bread and cold beer. The salad began with fresh pork brains poached in court bouillon with white wine, bay leaves, and onion. After cooling overnight, brains were sliced neatly and arranged with German precision. The vinaigrette combined German mustard, white wine vinegar, and oil with chopped hard-boiled eggs, capers, and fresh herbs. Sliced onions added sharp bite, contrasting with mild brains. Social club cooks took fierce pride in their variations while maintaining essential German character. Creamed brains on toast. This Depression-era supper looked like creamed chipped beef until you took the first bite. Brain gravy on toast provided filling comfort food, stretching tight budgets while satisfying hungry appetites. Preparation started with canned pork brains, readily available and cheaper than most proteins. Cream gravy began with butter melted until foamy, flour whisked in for smooth roux, then milk added gradually creating velvety base. Drained brains folded gently into hot cream sauce, heated through without overcooking. Toast from thick white bread slices provided sturdy foundation. Seasoning stayed simple. Salt, white pepper, perhaps paprika for color. These brain dishes disappeared as prosperity changed expectations and convenience foods offered easier alternatives. They represented eras when home cooks used every part of the animal, creating meals that honored both tradition and practical necessity, while keeping families fed and satisfied. Lamb brains with eggs. Austrian immigrants brought this hearty breakfast to Midwest farms, using every scrap from spring lamb butchering, while providing protein that sustained families through long days of physical labor. Fresh lamb brains were cleaned and soaked in cold water to remove blood. Farm wives understood proper preparation made the difference between something the family would eat and leftovers for the pigs. The brains were poached gently in salted water until firm enough to slice cleanly. Overcooking made them tough and grainy, ruining the delicate texture that made this dish special. Sliced brains went into hot bacon fat in cast iron skillets, browning lightly to develop deeper flavors. This browning added complexity, creating rich tastes that made the dish satisfying rather than bland. Beaten eggs poured over the warming brains created a scramble, combining familiar flavors with rich creaminess. The eggs bound everything together while adding comfort that made children willing to try unfamiliar ingredients. Farm families ate this during spring lambing season when fresh brains were available and protein essential for dawn to dusk outdoor work. The combination provided sustained energy through morning chores and field work. The scramble cooked quickly, creating golden curds appealing even to skeptical family members. The aroma of bacon fat, eggs, and brains convinced hesitant eaters to clean their plates. Austrian-American communities maintained this tradition longer than other groups because it connected them to old-world customs while serving practical farm needs. Breaded brains. Milanese Italian-American mothers discovered that anything properly breaded and fried golden would disappear from children's plates faster than ice cream on summer afternoons, even brains cleverly disguised as familiar veal cutlets. This ingenious technique turned the most challenging ingredient into something that looked familiar enough for picky eaters to try without resistance, complaints, or dramatic protests that could disrupt family dinner harmony. The preparation began with the freshest veal or pork brains available, cleaned thoroughly and sliced into cutlet-sized pieces that would cook evenly, without some portions becoming overcooked while others remained underdone. These slices had to be uniform thickness and completely dry to ensure the breading would stick properly during the frying process that would create the golden, crispy coating children loved. The breading station followed classic Italian technique passed down through generations: seasoned flour, beaten eggs, and fine dry breadcrumbs arranged in shallow dishes for efficient assembly line preparation that could handle multiple cutlets quickly. Each brain slice was dredged carefully through flour, dipped thoroughly in beaten egg, and coated completely with golden breadcrumbs that would create the perfect crispy coating during frying. The key was using enough good olive oil to properly fry the breaded brains without making them greasy as old rags or soggy as wet newspaper. The oil had to reach exactly the right temperature to create immediate sizzling, but not so hot that the coating burned black before the inside heated through to creamy perfection that made this dish memorable. Brain and potato hash. When hog-killing day produced more organs than any family could possibly eat, fresh, smart farm wives knew exactly how to stretch these valuable ingredients into satisfying meals that fed everyone without wasting a single scrap. Brain and potato hash used the reliable cast iron skillet to transform surplus and scraps into hearty comfort food that stuck to hungry ribs and provided lasting satisfaction through long days of physical farm labor. The hash began with potatoes peeled and diced, small enough to cook evenly in the well-seasoned cast iron pan that had faithfully served the family for decades through countless meals. These carefully cut potatoes went into bacon grease first, browning slowly over controlled heat until they developed perfectly crispy edges and creamy centers that would provide substantial foundation for the finished dish. While potatoes cooked to golden perfection, cleaned pork brains were crumbled into uniform small pieces and seasoned simply with salt and pepper that enhanced rather than masked their naturally mild flavor. The pieces had to be exactly the right size to cook evenly when added to the hash, preventing some from overcooking into tough bits, while others remained raw and unappetizing. When potatoes reached ideal tenderness with beautiful golden brown edges that promised perfect crispiness, the seasoned, crumbled brains went into the same pan for just enough cooking to warm through and set slightly. They needed minimal heat to add rich protein and satisfying substance to the potato base without becoming tough, rubbery, or grainy from overcooking. Onions, carefully diced and cooked until translucent and sweet, added welcome complexity and pleasing texture that made the simple hash much more interesting than plain potatoes and brains. Some families included colorful bell peppers from their kitchen gardens when available, creating attractive variety that made the dish more appealing to critical eyes and hesitant appetites. Brains in tomato sauce over rice. The preparation started with canned tomato sauce, enhanced with diced onions, minced garlic, and whatever dried herbs the cook preferred from the spice rack or fresh herbs from the kitchen garden. This flavorful sauce base could simmer gently while other dinner preparations continued, slowly developing the depth of flavor that would perfectly complement the mild brain meat without overwhelming its delicate taste. Rice, cooked separately in lightly salted water, provided the essential starchy foundation that transformed this combination into a complete, filling meal that could satisfy the entire family's hunger. The properly cooked rice absorbed the flavorful tomato sauce while providing substantial bulk that effectively stretched the expensive brain meat to serve everyone generously without anyone leaving the table still hungry. Weeknight presentations were deliberately simple but satisfying. Steaming rice served in individual bowls and topped generously with the savory brain and tomato mixture, perhaps garnished with fresh chopped parsley or a sprinkle of grated cheese if the family budget allowed for such small luxuries. The goal was solid nutrition and genuine satisfaction rather than impressive presentation that required extra time or expensive garnishes. This practical dish appeared regularly on dinner tables throughout America during the 1950s and early 1960s, when families were generally more willing to use economical organ meats and much less squeamish about unfamiliar ingredients that provided excellent nutrition at reasonable prices. Community cookbooks routinely treated brain recipes as completely normal family food rather than exotic curiosities that only adventurous cooks would attempt. Brain croquettes with parsley. When sophisticated 1940s hostesses wanted to impress important dinner guests with something elegant and unusual that would generate admiring conversation, perfectly prepared brain croquettes provided the ideal solution. These golden, crispy appetizers transformed the humblest available ingredients into something that looked sophisticated enough for formal company while using economical organ meat that didn't strain entertainment budgets already stretched by wartime rationing and economic uncertainty. The croquette mixture began with thoroughly cooked brains that were mashed completely smooth and carefully combined with thick, rich cream sauce made from butter, flour, and fresh milk or cream. This delicate mixture had to achieve exactly the right consistency, rich and substantial enough to hold together firmly when shaped into neat portions, but not so wet or loose that it wouldn't maintain its proper form during the crucial breading and frying process. Seasonings were kept deliberately elegant but perfectly restrained, just white pepper for gentle heat, a subtle touch of fresh nutmeg for warmth and complexity, and perhaps some finely chopped fresh chives or parsley for appealing color and bright freshness that would please sophisticated palates accustomed to refined flavors and expert seasoning techniques. The carefully prepared mixture was chilled thoroughly in the icebox until it became firm enough to shape by hand into neat cylinders or elegant ovals with clean, attractive lines. Each individual croquette was then rolled methodically in flour, dipped completely in beaten eggs, and coated evenly with fine golden breadcrumbs that would create the perfect crispy exterior during deep frying. Deep frying required absolutely precise temperature control that separated experienced cooks from nervous beginners. The oil had to be hot enough to create immediate, vigorous bubbling around each delicate croquette, but never so hot that the golden coating burned black before the creamy interior heated through completely to serving temperature. Perfect croquettes emerged from the bubbling oil with beautiful golden brown exteriors that promised satisfying crispness and creamy, warm centers that delivered rich satisfaction in every single bite. The contrast between textures created the kind of sophisticated eating experience that impressed guests and generated compliments that hostesses treasured. Presentation elevated these simple, economical ingredients into something that genuinely looked like expensive restaurant food worthy of special occasions and important celebrations. The finished croquettes were arranged with artistic precision on delicate doilies, garnished tastefully with fresh parsley sprigs, and served with small silver forks that made them easy to handle gracefully during elegant cocktail parties where appearance mattered as much as flavor. Guests bit into these mysterious golden appetizers expecting sophisticated, complex flavors and were never disappointed by the rich, creamy results that satisfied without being too heavy or overwhelming for party food that had to please diverse tastes and dietary preferences while encouraging continued conversation and social interaction. Brains and gravy over biscuits, southern mill towns and farming communities developed their own distinctive version of the beloved biscuits and gravy combination, using readily available organ meat instead of expensive sausage to create a stick-to-your-ribs breakfast that could fuel hard-working men through long, demanding shifts in hot textile mills and tobacco fields where only the strongest workers lasted more than a few seasons. The preparation started with fresh pork brains that were cleaned thoroughly and cut into small, uniform pieces that would cook quickly and evenly in the rich gravy without creating unpleasant texture contrasts. These carefully prepared pieces had to be small enough to distribute evenly throughout the finished gravy, while remaining large enough to provide substantial, satisfying bites of protein that would fuel demanding physical labor. The traditional Southern gravy began with bacon grease, heated in well-seasoned cast-iron skillets until it shimmered like liquid silk across the cooking surface. Flour was whisked in gradually to create a proper roux that would thicken the gravy, while adding the distinctive nutty flavor that made authentic Southern gravy so different from the thin cream sauces used in other regions of the country. Fresh milk, often still warm from the morning milking and rich with natural cream, was added very gradually with constant, vigorous whisking to prevent lumps while creating the rich, creamy base that would carry the tender brain pieces. Brain pieces went into the gently simmering gravy for just long enough to cook through completely without becoming tough as old shoe leather or rubbery as tire treads. Fresh buttermilk biscuits, baked until golden and flaky in the same reliable ovens that had served Southern families for generations, provided the essential foundation for this hearty breakfast that could sustain grueling physical labor for hours. The rich aroma of brain gravy bubbling in seasoned cast-iron skillets created eager anticipation that made early morning rising seem worthwhile, despite the physical demands that lay ahead. Brain dumplings in broth. German and Austrian immigrants brought the time-honored tradition of delicate brain dumplings to American prairie farms, where they became an elegant Sunday soup course that honored cherished Old World customs, while successfully adapting to New World ingredients and challenging conditions that tested immigrant determination, creativity, and cultural preservation instincts. The dumpling mixture required careful combination of finely ground cooked brains with fresh breadcrumbs, beaten eggs, and just enough flour to create a workable dough that would hold together reliably during the cooking process. Traditional seasonings followed authentic German patterns that had been passed down carefully through multiple generations. Fine salt, white pepper for gentle heat, freshly grated nutmeg for warmth and complexity, and perhaps some finely chopped fresh parsley for appealing color and bright freshness that would please American-born children who might otherwise resist unfamiliar Old World flavors. The prepared dumplings were shaped carefully by experienced hands into perfectly uniform walnut-sized balls that would cook evenly in gently simmering beef or chicken broth. Clear, well-seasoned broth was absolutely essential for this dish's success and authentic flavor profile. The dumplings were added to gently simmering broth and cooked just until they floated to the surface, indicating they were done. Prairie families served brain dumpling soup as the first course of Sunday dinner, honoring German traditions while adapting to American meal patterns that differed from European customs. The soup connected families to their European heritage while using ingredients available on American farms where traditional Old World items weren't always obtainable. Pickled calf's brains. Behind every neighborhood delicatessen counter sat a mysterious glass jar that dared customers to try something truly unusual and challenging. Pickled calf's brains floated in cloudy brine like a culinary challenge that separated the adventurous from the squeamish, creating an immediate test of culinary courage for anyone brave enough to point and ask for a sample. The pickling process began with the freshest calf brains available, cleaned meticulously, and poached just until they firmed up enough to slice cleanly without falling apart into useless pieces. These brains had to be absolutely perfect. Any hint of blood or impurity would ruin the entire expensive batch and waste ingredients that couldn't be easily replaced during lean times. The pickling solution combined white vinegar, pure water, coarse salt, and traditional spices like bay leaves, black peppercorns, and sometimes a touch of fresh garlic that would enhance rather than mask the delicate brain flavor. Sliced brains went into sterilized glass jars and were covered completely with the seasoned brine, following proper canning techniques that ensured both safety and quality. Jewish delicatessens particularly specialized in pickled organ meats, including brains, tongues, and other challenging cuts that required skilled preparation and deep cultural knowledge passed down through generations. The brains were served thinly sliced on fresh rye bread with spicy mustard, or chopped fine and mixed into creamy egg salad for customers who wanted to try them without confronting their appearance directly. The pickling process created flavors that were tangy, complex, and surprisingly mild to those brave enough to taste them without preconceived notions. Brains à la Polonaise wartime cookbooks promoted this elegant preparation as an ingenious way to make cheap cuts feel special enough for important company dinners when rationing severely limited ingredient choices and creative cooks had to make do with whatever was available. The brown butter, breadcrumbs, and hard-boiled eggs transformed humble brains into something that looked and tasted like expensive restaurant food worthy of honored guests. The preparation began with perfectly cooked calf or pork brains that were poached until just firm and sliced into neat, uniform portions that would present attractively on good dinner plates. Brown butter was absolutely key to this dish's success and sophistication. Fresh breadcrumbs were toasted in the fragrant brown butter until they turned golden and achieved perfect crispiness, creating textural interest that made the finished dish much more enjoyable to eat. These carefully prepared breadcrumbs absorbed the nutty butter flavors while adding satisfying crunch that contrasted beautifully with the smooth, creamy brain texture. Hard-boiled eggs, chopped fine and mixed with fresh parsley, provided appealing color and additional protein that made the dish more substantial and visually attractive. The presentation looked sophisticated enough for special occasions while using economical ingredients that didn't strain wartime budgets already stretched by rationing and shortages. Brain and mushroom, fricassee. Before frozen dinners and processed convenience foods revolutionized home cooking forever, weeknight suppers often meant practical one-pan meals that combined whatever protein was available with seasonal vegetables and simple seasonings to create something genuinely satisfying. Brain and mushroom fricassee provided exactly that perfect combination in a single reliable skillet that simplified both cooking and cleanup for busy farm wives. The fricassee began with fresh mushrooms, carefully sliced and sautéed until they released their natural moisture and developed beautiful golden brown edges that promised rich, earthy flavors. These mushrooms provided complexity that perfectly complemented the mild brain meat while adding appealing texture and visual interest to the finished dish that made it attractive enough for family dinners. Wild mushrooms gathered from familiar woods and fields made this dish especially special during autumn months, when nature provided abundant free ingredients for families who knew where to look and which varieties were safe. Children learned to identify edible varieties, while mothers taught them which ones would add the best flavors to evening meals that had to stretch tight budgets. Cleaned brain meat was cut into uniform bite-sized pieces and added to the pan with the golden mushrooms. The cooking had to be extremely gentle and brief, just long enough to heat the brains through completely without making them tough as old leather boots or disappointingly rubbery as worn-out tire treads. The secret was perfect timing that came only from years of experience and careful attention to detail that couldn't be learned from cookbooks. Brain meat cooked much faster than most proteins, transforming from perfect tenderness to disappointing toughness in mere seconds of inattention. Farm wives developed reliable instincts about exactly when to remove the pan from heat. A simple cream sauce bound everything together harmoniously, made by adding flour to the flavorful pan drippings, then gradually whisking in rich milk or cream. This sauce captured all the concentrated flavors from the mushrooms and brains, while creating the rich, comforting base that made the dish satisfying enough for hungry working families who needed substantial meals. The cream came directly from the family cow, still warm from morning milking, and naturally rich with butterfat that made store-bought dairy taste thin and watery by comparison. This farm-fresh cream created silky textures that transformed simple ingredients into something that felt luxurious, even during the leanest times when money was scarce. Greek Easter fried lamb brains. Greek-American communities maintained sacred Easter traditions that honored every part of the paschal lamb, including the brains that were considered precious delicacies worthy of the year's most important religious feast. These traditions connected families to ancient customs while celebrating the end of Lenten fasting with foods that represented abundance and blessing. After the ceremonial lamb roasting that brought extended families together for celebration and shared labor, the head was processed carefully to harvest the valuable brains for special preparation that honored both the sacred meal and ancestral cooking traditions that had been passed down through countless generations of Greek families. The brains were cleaned with religious care and soaked in cold water to remove any traces of blood, following dietary laws that governed proper meat preparation according to Orthodox traditions. This meticulous cleaning process was considered essential for both food safety and spiritual purity. that made the feast acceptable for religious celebration. The frying technique followed traditional Greek methods that had been perfected over centuries. The cleaned brains were dredged in seasoned flour and fried in good olive oil until golden and beautifully crispy. The oil had to reach exactly the right temperature to create immediate sizzling, but remain controlled enough to cook the brains evenly without burning the delicate coating. Brain and onion sandwich on rye stockyard districts and meatpacking towns supported lunch counters that specialized in hearty sandwiches made from whatever was fresh and available that day. Brain and onion on rye became the reliable working man's special that satisfied the tremendous appetites built by grueling physical labor in environments that tested human endurance to its absolute limits. The sandwich construction started with thick slices of substantial dark rye bread that could support the weight of meat and onions without becoming soggy or falling apart in working hands that couldn't afford to waste time with delicate food. This bread provided the sturdy foundation that made the sandwich both portable and satisfying for men who had to eat quickly during brief breaks. Fresh pork brains were sliced thick and fried quickly in well-seasoned cast-iron pans until they developed beautiful golden crusts while staying creamy inside. The frying had to be fast and controlled, long enough to create appealing texture and color, but brief enough to prevent the delicate meat from becoming tough and chewy. Sweet onions were sliced thick and caramelized slowly until they turned golden and developed the mellow sweetness that balanced the rich brain meat perfectly. These carefully cooked onions provided familiar flavors and appealing texture that made the unusual protein more acceptable to workers who might otherwise be hesitant about organ meats. Sharp yellow mustard, spread generously on the rye bread, added the essential bite that cut through rich flavors while providing the moisture that bound everything together into a cohesive sandwich. The mustard was never optional. It provided the acidity that balanced all the rich elements while adding familiar flavors that made the combination work perfectly. Brains with brown butter and lemon mid-century restaurants featured this sophisticated continental preparation on their most elegant menus, proving that proper French technique could elevate even the humblest available ingredients into something truly worthy of white tablecloth presentation and sterling silver service that impressed the most discriminating diners. The dish began with the finest calf brains available, cleaned with professional care and poached in court bouillon until they reached absolute perfection. Restaurant chefs understood that brain preparation was one of the techniques that separated true professional kitchens from amateur home cooking, requiring skill and timing that came only through years of dedicated practice. Brown butter preparation required the precise timing and temperature control that professional cooks learned through countless repetitions and careful observation. The butter had to reach the exact hazelnut color and release the perfect nutty aroma without crossing the fine line into bitter, burnt flavors that would completely ruin the delicate dish. The brains were sliced with surgical precision and warmed gently in the fragrant brown butter for just long enough to heat through and absorb some of the complex nutty flavors. This final cooking step required perfect timing and constant attention. Too long, and the brains became unacceptably tough. Too short, and they remained disappointingly cold at the center. Brains and noodles casserole. Church bake sales and community potluck dinners featured substantial casseroles that could feed large crowds while using economical ingredients that didn't strain limited budgets. Brain and noodle casseroles provided the kind of comfort food satisfaction that made them disappear from serving tables long before more expensive dishes that required costly ingredients. The casserole construction began with wide egg noodles that were cooked until perfectly tender and drained thoroughly to prevent the finished dish from becoming watery or soggy. These substantial noodles provided the essential starchy foundation that would absorb rich flavors while creating filling texture that made the casserole satisfying enough to serve as a complete main course. Cooked brain meat was carefully mixed with the tender noodles, along with rich cream sauce made from butter, flour, and fresh milk that bound everything together into a cohesive, satisfying combination. This sauce provided the moisture and richness that made the casserole comfort food while adding flavors that complemented the mild brain meat perfectly. Mild cheddar or American cheese was layered generously throughout the casserole and sprinkled on top to create the golden, bubbly surfaces that looked so appealing and added familiar flavors that made brain meat more acceptable to cautious eaters who might otherwise be hesitant about trying organ meats. Brains and hominy. Skillet farm pantries contained reliable shelf-stable ingredients that could be combined quickly into satisfying meals when fresh ingredients were scarce or unavailable due to seasonal limitations. Brain and hominy skillets used readily available canned hominy to stretch small amounts of precious brain meat into filling suppers that could feed entire families without waste. The preparation began with canned hominy that was carefully drained and rinsed thoroughly to remove the processing liquid that could make the finished dish unpleasantly salty. This prepared hominy provided substantial bulk and mild corn flavor that complemented brain meat perfectly without competing with its delicate taste or overwhelming the dish. Brain meat was prepared carefully and cut into uniform small pieces that would distribute evenly throughout the hominy, without creating unpleasant texture contrasts. The pieces had to be exactly the right size to cook evenly when added to the skillet mixture, ensuring that some portions weren't overcooked while others remained unappetizingly raw or underdone. Diced onions, cooked slowly until they became translucent and sweet, added welcome complexity and pleasing texture that made the simple combination much more interesting than plain hominy and brains. These carefully prepared onions provided familiar flavors that made the dish more appealing to family members who might otherwise be hesitant about eating unfamiliar organ meat preparations. This liquid might be rich milk, flavorful broth, or simple water, depending on what was available and how rich the cook wanted the finished dish to taste. Simple seasonings were all that was needed: salt, black pepper, and perhaps some paprika for appealing color that made the finished dish look more attractive on plain dinner plates. The goal was straightforward comfort food that satisfied hungry families without challenging anyone's taste preferences with unfamiliar or overpowering flavors. Brains in white wine cream. Brain in white wine cream provided exactly that kind of impressive sophistication that elevated simple farm cooking into restaurant-quality cuisine. White wine was carefully reduced in the cooking pan until it concentrated into intensely flavorful syrup that would provide complex depth without overwhelming the delicate brain meat. This reduction technique was one of the hallmarks of sophisticated French cooking that separated elegant preparations from simple home-style dishes that anyone could make. Heavy cream was added gradually to the reduced wine, creating a luxurious sauce that could coat the brain pieces while providing the rich mouthfeel that made the dish feel truly special and memorable. Cream had to be perfectly fresh and rich to achieve the proper consistency and flavor that would impress discerning guests. Brain meat was warmed very gently in the wine cream sauce, just long enough to heat through completely and absorb some of the complex flavors without becoming tough or losing its delicate texture. Brains and chili scramble. Railroad cooked cars and industrial cafeterias created innovative hybrid dishes that combined available ingredients with bold seasonings designed to satisfy working men who needed substantial food that traveled well and provided lasting energy for demanding physical labor that tested human endurance in harsh working conditions. And brain meat provided reliable protein that was shelf-stable enough for institutional cooking situations where fresh ingredients were impractical or impossible to obtain regularly. Generous amounts of chili powder and other bold seasonings were added to mask any unfamiliar flavors that might seem strange to workers who weren't accustomed to eating organ meats as part of their regular diet. The cooking was done quickly in large batches using industrial equipment that could feed dozens of workers during short meal breaks when time was limited. Speed and quantity mattered much more than refined technique in these institutional settings where efficiency determined success or failure. Hot sauce and additional seasonings were always available for workers who wanted even bolder flavors that would mask any remaining traces of organ meat taste. The goal was filling, flavorful food that provided energy for physical labor while using economical ingredients that kept meal costs manageable. Crispy brains on saltines, VFW halls, American Legion posts, and working men's clubs served simple snacks that paired perfectly with cold beer while providing enough substance to absorb alcohol and satisfy appetites built by physical work and military service. These establishments understood their clientele and served food that met their specific needs and preferences. Brain meat was cut into small uniform pieces and fried until beautifully crispy, creating the perfect texture contrast with tender, creamy centers. Frying had to be done quickly at high temperature to achieve the ideal crispiness without overcooking the delicate meat inside that made these simple snacks so appealing. Saltine crackers provided the neutral, crunchy base that allowed the brain flavors to dominate while adding the salt and crunch that made each bite substantial and satisfying. Crackers also absorbed some of the natural oils from frying, preventing the snacks from being too greasy or overwhelming. This combination provided exactly the right proportions of salt, fat, protein, and crunch that complemented beer drinking while offering enough substance to serve as light meals during evening social hours. Snacks were filling enough to satisfy without being so heavy that they interfered with continued drinking and conversation. Brain and pea patties, PTA fundraisers, and school cafeteria meals featured economical patties that stretched expensive meat with vegetables and fillers, creating substantial portions that could feed children efficiently while providing the nutrition that growing bodies needed for learning and physical development. Patty mixture combined ground brain meat with cooked green peas, fresh breadcrumbs, and beaten eggs to create a mixture that would hold together reliably during cooking while providing complete nutrition. The proportions had to be measured carefully to achieve proper texture and binding that would create attractive, substantial patties. Green peas provided appealing color, natural sweetness, and additional protein that made the patties more nutritious while helping to stretch the expensive brain meat to feed more children. Bright green color also made the finished patties look more familiar and appealing to young diners who might otherwise be suspicious of unfamiliar ingredients. Breadcrumbs and beaten eggs worked together to bind all ingredients into cohesive patties that would maintain their shape during cooking and serving. The mixture had to achieve exactly the right consistency, moist enough to hold together firmly, but not so wet that the patties would fall apart during handling. Patties were shaped carefully by hand and pan-fried in shallow fat until they developed golden brown crusts on both sides while cooking through completely to ensure food safety. Brains with country grits. Mill towns throughout the American South developed distinctive breakfast traditions that sustained workers through long, demanding shifts in hot, humid textile factories where only the strongest workers could survive the brutal working conditions and maintain productivity levels that satisfied demanding supervisors and mill owners. The grits were prepared with fresh milk and plenty of butter until they reached the perfectly creamy consistency that could support additional ingredients without becoming too thin or watery. These carefully prepared grits provided the essential starchy foundation that made the meal substantial and filling enough to sustain manual labor. Brain meat was prepared simply and cooked gently until tender, then served alongside or mixed directly into the creamy grits. Preparation avoided complex seasonings that might overwhelm the mild corn flavor of properly prepared grits, or create unfamiliar tastes that wouldn't appeal to working families. Mill workers ate this substantial breakfast, knowing with certainty that it would sustain them through morning shifts in factory conditions that would exhaust office workers within hours. The perfect combination of carbohydrates and protein provided everything their bodies needed for sustained physical labor in challenging environments. The dish appeared regularly on breakfast tables throughout mill communities where families understood the connection between proper nutrition and the ability to earn wages that kept families fed and housed. This wasn't just breakfast. It was fuel that made survival possible in demanding industrial environments. Rose brand pork brains in milk gravy. Grocery store shelves through the 1970s featured convenient canned brain products that promised easy preparation for families who wanted the nutrition benefits of organ meats without the complexity of working with fresh ingredients that required specialized knowledge and careful handling techniques. Rose Brand became the most recognizable and trusted label for these products, offering consistent quality and reliable results that busy homemakers could depend on for quick weeknight meals. The company built its reputation on providing convenient access to traditional foods that might otherwise be difficult to obtain or prepare. Canned brains were fully cooked and ready to heat, making them ideal for quick weeknight meals when time was limited but nutrition couldn't be compromised. These products brought organ meat nutrition to families without access to fresh sources or the knowledge needed for proper preparation from scratch. The combination was typically served over fresh toast or warm biscuits, creating complete meals that provided substantial nutrition without requiring expensive ingredients or complicated preparation techniques. Families could have satisfying dinners ready in less than 15 minutes using ingredients from the pantry. These products disappeared from grocery shelves as consumer preferences shifted toward more conventional convenience foods that didn't challenge contemporary sensibilities about acceptable protein sources, leaving an entire generation without access to traditional organ meat nutrition. Brain and cabbage skillet, hog-killing time, brought entire communities together for shared labor and celebration, creating events that combined practical necessity with social bonding that strengthened rural communities. Brain and cabbage skillets provided hearty food that honored the sacrifice of the animal by using every valuable part without waste. Fresh brain meat was combined with sliced cabbage from late garden harvests that had been sweetened by first frosts, creating natural flavor combinations that celebrated autumn abundance. The cabbage provided bulk and nutrition that stretched the valuable organ meat to feed everyone who had contributed labor to the community butchering effort. The skillet cooking method allowed all ingredients to cook together until the cabbage wilted and sweetened while the brains heated through completely. Simple seasonings enhanced rather than masked the natural flavors: salt, pepper, and perhaps some caraway seeds that complemented both the pork and cabbage beautifully. The goal was honest food that celebrated natural ingredients rather than complex preparations that might overshadow the pure flavors of fresh, quality ingredients. The meal was served directly from cast iron skillets, while still hot and aromatic from the cooking process, creating rustic presentations that matched the community nature of the butchering events. Each serving provided complete nutrition while honoring the sacrifice of the animal and the labor of the community. This tradition represented agricultural communities at their best: neighbors helping neighbors, nothing wasted, everyone fed, and cultural traditions maintained through shared experiences that strengthened social bonds and preserved valuable knowledge for future generations. The Great Disappearance. What happened to America's brain food culture wasn't some gradual shift in taste preferences or slow evolution of dietary habits. It was a complete and dramatic cultural transformation that happened so quietly and efficiently that most people didn't notice until these dishes had vanished entirely from American tables, leaving only fading memories in the minds of older generations who remembered a different food culture. The decline began in earnest during the 1960s when meat processing started centralizing into massive industrial facilities located hundreds of miles from the urban centers where most Americans lived and shopped for their daily food needs. Small neighborhood butcher shops that had reliably supplied fresh organs for decades suddenly couldn't compete with supermarket chains that offered greater convenience and lower prices on familiar cuts of meat. Fresh brains required skilled butchering techniques and immediate sale before spoilage set in, making them completely unsuitable for the new industrial food system that prioritized shelf life and standardization over traditional variety and specialized knowledge. When slaughterhouses moved far from consumers, organs were simply discarded rather than preserved for retail sale. Cultural attitudes shifted even faster than supply chains as Americans became more prosperous after World War II and could afford to be selective about their food choices in ways their grandparents never could have imagined during leaner times. Brain dishes gradually became associated with poverty and desperation rather than traditional cooking wisdom and resourceful family management. Television programming fundamentally changed American expectations about what prosperity should look like in the modern kitchen. The new ideal featured convenience foods, familiar proteins, and meals that looked like magazine advertisements rather than the practical, from-scratch cooking that had sustained previous generations through much harder times. Restaurant menus quietly removed organ meat dishes rather than deal with customer complaints or spend time explaining unfamiliar ingredients to diners who expected familiar options and wouldn't tolerate anything that challenged their comfort zones or required culinary education to appreciate properly. BSE concerns in the 1990s delivered the final devastating blow to any remaining brain consumption in America, even though American beef had never been significantly affected by mad cow disease, and the actual health risks were minimal. The mere mention of brain tissue and neurological disorders was enough to make consumers avoid these products completely, regardless of their actual safety record or traditional importance in American food culture. Food safety regulations became increasingly strict and standardized, making it extremely difficult for small producers to continue offering organ meats that required specialized handling, storage, and liability insurance. Health departments imposed requirements that made brain sales impractical for most retailers who couldn't justify the costs for such a small market segment. The accumulated knowledge disappeared along with the declining demand as butchers who knew proper brain preparation techniques retired without passing their specialized skills to younger workers who saw no future in organ meat sales. Home cooks stopped teaching their children techniques that seemed irrelevant to modern cooking and contemporary lifestyle expectations. Immigrant communities maintained these traditional food customs longer than mainstream America, but even they gradually adapted their cooking to match American tastes and ingredient availability rather than struggle to maintain practices that seemed to embarrass their American-born children who wanted to fit in with their peers at school and work. Cookbook publishers and food magazines systematically stopped including brain recipes as editors assumed readers wouldn't attempt them, and advertisers showed no interest in promoting ingredients that had no commercial potential. The recipes disappeared from community cookbooks as church ladies and social club members switched to more popular dishes that wouldn't challenge contemporary sensibilities. Food television and popular cooking shows focused exclusively on ingredients that would appeal to mainstream audiences and generate advertiser interest. Brain dishes offered no commercial potential and created the kind of squeamishness that hurt television ratings and damaged relationships with sponsors who wanted to reach broad audiences. The transformation was so complete and thorough that most Americans today literally cannot imagine their own grandparents eating brain sandwiches for lunch or scrambled brains for breakfast. These foods now seem like artifacts from a completely different country rather than dishes that routinely sustained American families for multiple generations. Modern nutritional science has conclusively confirmed what traditional cultures always understood. Organ meats provide concentrated nutrition that muscle meat simply cannot match in terms of vitamin density, mineral content, and essential fatty acids. Yet contemporary Americans spend billions of dollars on synthetic supplements designed to replace nutrients that brain dishes once provided naturally and inexpensively as part of normal family meals. The disappearance of brain cuisine represents much more than simple changes in food preferences or evolving dietary fashions. It marks the definitive end of an entire era when Americans understood how to use every part of the animal efficiently, waste nothing edible, and create genuinely satisfying meals from ingredients that modern cooks find challenging, unfamiliar, or completely unacceptable. If you remember your family making any of these traditional brain dishes, please share those precious memories in the comments below. Help us preserve these forgotten recipes and stories for future generations who might wonder what their ancestors actually ate and how they managed to survive and thrive during times when wasting food simply wasn't an option, and every meal had to provide maximum nutrition for minimum cost. Your memories and family stories matter far more than you might think, and they represent irreplaceable links to America's authentic food heritage that deserves to be remembered and honored. While the Great Depression tested American families and 2 world wars reshaped the nation, one sacred tradition held communities together: the Sunday breakfast table.
They converse pleasantly while Dad serves. I said pleasantly, for that is the keynote at dinner time.
As rationing tightened and ingredients grew scarce, 30 remarkable morning meals emerged as beacons of hope, transforming humble pantry staples into feast-worthy celebrations that could stretch $1 and fill 8 hungry bellies.
But this time the onion has been chopped finely because we're wanting it to cook really quickly.
These weren't just breakfasts. They were weekly miracles that proved love could be measured in spoonfuls and survival served on Sunday's best plates: sour milk griddle cakes. In 1935, when throwing away food was practically a sin, one Detroit housewife made a discovery that would revolutionize breakfast tables across America. Mrs. Catherine Walsh had milk that was starting to turn sour, and instead of discarding it, she mixed it into her pancake batter. The Detroit Free Press captured her story. Local mother's sour secret creates perfect pancakes. What made these griddle cakes extraordinary wasn't just thrift, it was science. The naturally occurring acids in sour milk reacted with baking soda to create incredibly fluffy, tangy pancakes that were lighter than anything made with fresh milk. Word spread through Detroit's neighborhoods like wildfire as mothers discovered this spoiled ingredient created better results than store-bought buttermilk. The genius lay in timing. Families would deliberately let their milk sour slightly over Saturday night, knowing Sunday's breakfast would be transformed. These weren't just pancakes, they were proof that resourcefulness could turn potential waste into Sunday morning gold. Today, artisanal restaurants charge $16 for heritage sourdough pancakes, never knowing they're serving a Depression-era thrift trick that helped families stretch every precious drop of milk. Red-eye gravy with ham. When coffee became precious during wartime rationing, Southern cooks discovered something remarkable in their cast-iron skillets. After frying ham, instead of washing the pan, they'd pour strong black coffee into those caramelized drippings, creating what became known as red-eye gravy. The Birmingham News reported in 1943, Alabama mothers turn coffee shortage into breakfast gold. This wasn't just clever cooking, it was pure alchemy. The coffee deglazed every bit of flavor from the skillet, while the ham fat enriched the coffee into a complex, savory sauce that transformed simple biscuits into a feast. Railroad workers and mill hands swore by red-eye gravy's energy-boosting properties. One spoonful over grits or biscuits provided the caffeine kick and protein needed for 12-hour shifts. The combination of coffee's bitterness and ham's saltiness created a flavor profile that kept workers alert and satisfied. Apple pandowdy for breakfast, Saturday night dessert becoming Sunday morning fuel, might sound strange today, but during the 1940s, apple pandowdy served double duty in American kitchens. The Hartford Courant reported in 1944, Connecticut families make dessert do double duty. This rustic apple dish was deliberately underbaked on Saturday evening, leaving the center slightly firm. Sunday morning, families would scoop portions into bowls, add fresh cream, and warm it by the kitchen stove. The overnight rest allowed flavors to meld, while the texture remained perfect for breakfast. What made pandowdy ideal for morning meals was its incredible staying power. Unlike modern sugary cereals that left children hungry within hours, pandowdy's combination of apples, molasses, and hearty crust provided sustained energy through Sunday services and afternoon activities. Codfish and potatoes with molasses. This unusual breakfast combination emerged from New England's maritime traditions, but gained new life during the Depression when protein was precious. The Boston Globe documented this phenomenon in 1934. Fishing families' breakfast feeds factory workers. Salt cod, soaked overnight and flaked over boiled potatoes, created a protein-rich foundation for the day. The addition of molasses wasn't just for sweetness. It provided essential minerals and calories that sustained dock workers and fishermen through their physically demanding labor. What made this combination brilliant was its storage life. Custard toast. Before French toast became a simple egg and milk affair, custard toast represented Sunday morning luxury in American homes. The Ladies' Home Journal featured this recipe in 1938. Turn yesterday's bread into tomorrow's treasure. This wasn't ordinary French toast. Bread slices were soaked in a rich custard made from eggs, cream, sugar, and vanilla, then baked in the oven until golden and puffy. The result was more like bread pudding than simple fried bread. A transformation that elevated humble ingredients into something special. Farm families with productive hens could afford to be generous with eggs, creating custards so rich they'd rival any bakery's offerings. The overnight soaking process allowed flavors to penetrate completely, while oven baking ensured even cooking and a tender interior. Fried bologna and eggs. When ham commanded premium prices, thick-sliced bologna became the poor man's ham on Sunday breakfast tables across America. The Chicago Tribune reported in 1933, Packingtown families turn lunch meat into Sunday feast. The secret was in the preparation. Instead of thin sandwich slices, bologna was cut thick as a steak, scored in a cross-hatch pattern to prevent curling, then fried in lard until the edges caramelized. The result looked and tasted like premium ham at a fraction of the cost. These thick bologna slices were often layered into sandwiches with fried eggs, creating hearty breakfast sandwiches that could fuel workers through their entire morning shift. The combination of protein and fat provided sustained energy that lighter breakfast options couldn't match. What made this breakfast special was its transformation aspect. Ordinary lunch meat became something worthy of Sunday morning when prepared with care and attention. Families took pride in making humble ingredients feel abundant and special. The tradition particularly thrived in industrial communities where men needed substantial breakfasts before physically demanding work. A fried bologna and egg sandwich became a symbol of American working class resourcefulness and pride. Molasses milk. Long before chocolate milk became a childhood staple, farm children grew strong on molasses milk. Cold milk stirred with blackstrap molasses until it turned dark and rich. The Rural America magazine documented this tradition in 1940. Prairie Family's Sweet Secret Builds Strong Children. Molasses wasn't just a sweetener, it was medicine in a jar. Packed with iron, calcium, and B vitamins, it helped prevent the nutritional deficiencies common in rural areas where fresh fruits and vegetables were seasonal luxuries. One glass provided more nutrients than most children received in an entire day. Farm mothers would prepare pitchers of molasses milk Saturday evening, letting the flavors blend overnight in the root cellar's cool darkness. Sunday morning, children would drink it before church, arriving with energy and attention that lasted through long services and Sunday school. The flavor was complex, not just sweet, but earthy and robust, with a slight bitter edge that distinguished it from simple sugar water. Scrapple. Pennsylvania Dutch families perfected the art of making every part of the hog useful, and nowhere was this more evident than in scrapple, a loaf made from pork scraps, cornmeal, and spices that transformed butchering day leftovers into Sunday morning delicacy. The Philadelphia Inquirer chronicled this tradition in 1939, Dutch country's everything loaf feeds families for weeks. After hog butchering, every scrap of meat that couldn't be used for premium cuts was simmered with bones until tender, then mixed with cornmeal and spices before being molded into loaves. Sunday morning preparation was ritual itself. Scrapple was sliced thick, dusted with flour, and fried in lard until crispy outside and creamy inside. The contrast of textures, crunchy exterior giving way to soft, savory interior, made each bite a revelation. What made scrapple extraordinary was its transformation of waste into luxury. Pieces of meat that might otherwise be discarded became the foundation for weeks of hearty breakfasts. This wasn't just thrift, it was alchemy. The tradition required skill passed down through generations. Proper seasoning, correct cornmeal ratio, and precise cooking techniques meant the difference between delicacy and disappointment. Masters of scrapple making held respected positions in their communities. Poached eggs in cream. This delicate dish represented the height of Sunday morning elegance in rural American homes where cream was abundant and time was reserved for special preparations. The Country Gentleman magazine featured this recipe in 1936, Farm Wives' Elegant Solution to Abundant Cream. Fresh eggs were carefully cracked into simmering cream, seasoned with just salt and white pepper. The gentle cooking method produced eggs with the silkiest whites and perfectly runny yolks, all bathed in rich, slightly thickened cream that was then spooned over toasted bread. What elevated this simple dish was its requirement for the finest ingredients and careful attention. Only the freshest eggs would do, cream had to be at precisely the right temperature, and timing was everything. This wasn't hurried weekday cooking, it was Sunday morning artistry. Farm families with Jersey cows could afford to be lavish with cream, creating dishes that rivaled anything served in city hotels. The abundance of dairy products on successful farms meant breakfast could be luxurious even when cash was scarce. The dish required skill that developed over years of practice. Eggs that were overcooked or cream that curdled meant starting over, making success a point of pride for accomplished cooks. Perfect poached eggs in cream became a signature of the finest farm tables. Cold fried chicken. Before refrigeration was common, Cold fried chicken became the bridge between Saturday night's dinner and Sunday morning's breakfast. The Southern Living magazine documented this tradition in 1941. Yesterday's dinner becomes tomorrow's delight. Chicken fried Saturday evening was deliberately prepared in abundance, knowing that cold pieces would grace Sunday morning tables. The overnight rest allowed flavors to develop while the coating remained remarkably crisp. Cold fried chicken possessed a unique appeal that hot chicken couldn't match. Sunday morning chicken was often packed into baskets for church picnics or wrapped in cloth for traveling families. The portable protein helped sustain families through long Sunday services and afternoon visits when hot meals weren't practical. What made cold fried chicken special was its transformation overnight. The seasoning penetrated deeper, the coating developed complex flavors, and the meat itself became more tender. This wasn't leftovers, it was planned excellence. Buckwheat pancakes with sorghum. Stone-ground buckwheat flour created pancakes with a hearty, nutty flavor that put modern breakfast offerings to shame. The Farm Journal reported in 1937, Midwest family's dark secret creates superior pancakes. Buckwheat pancakes weren't just different, they were superior. The complex, earthy flavor of buckwheat flour combined with its superior nutrition made these dark, dense pancakes the fuel of choice for farmers facing long days of physical labor. Unlike wheat pancakes that provided quick energy followed by a crash, buckwheat sustained workers for hours. Sorghum syrup, pressed from sweet sorghum cane, provided the perfect complement to buckwheat's robust flavor. Where maple syrup might overwhelm, sorghum enhanced, creating a harmony of tastes that spoke of American agricultural abundance. The pancakes required different techniques than modern versions. Buckwheat batter needed longer resting, careful temperature control, and patient cooking to achieve the proper texture. Families developed starter cultures that could be maintained for years, improving flavor with each batch. This breakfast particularly thrived in regions where sorghum grew abundantly and buckwheat flourished in cooler climates. Creamed dried beef on toast, SOS. Military families brought this hearty breakfast home from army bases, transforming it from institutional food into comfort food. The Stars and Stripes newspaper reported in 1945, Service breakfast conquers home front. Dried beef, shredded and cooked in a rich white sauce, then served over toast, provided substantial protein and calories that could sustain families through morning activities. The saltiness of the beef, mellowed by creamy sauce, created a savory breakfast that satisfied in ways sweet options couldn't. What made this dish remarkable was its democratization of what had once been expensive ingredients. Dried beef, while costly per pound, stretched far when extended with flour, milk, and careful seasoning. A small package could provide breakfast for an entire family. The preparation required skill to avoid over-salting or creating lumpy sauce. Experienced cooks knew to rinse the dried beef, gradually build the sauce, and season carefully. Success meant the difference between memorable comfort food and inedible disaster. Johnny cakes. These simple cornmeal griddle cakes represented America's oldest breakfast tradition, predating European settlement and persisting through centuries of changing food fashions. The New England Historical Society documented their importance in 1938. Ancient grain feeds modern families. Made from just cornmeal, water, and salt, Johnny cakes proved that simple ingredients could create satisfying food when prepared with skill and tradition. The technique, passed down through generations, required precise water temperature, careful mixing, and patient cooking to achieve the proper texture. What made Johnny cakes special was their connection to American history. Native Americans taught European settlers this preparation method, and it sustained pioneer families moving westward. During the Depression, families rediscovered this economical breakfast that required no eggs, milk, or expensive ingredients. The cornmeal had to be stone ground and of specific texture to create proper Johnny cakes. Machine ground meal produced inferior results, making access to traditional mills essential for authentic preparation. This requirement maintained connections to local agriculture and traditional processing methods. Fried apples with cinnamon. When fresh fruit was seasonal luxury, fried apples transformed ordinary breakfast into something special. The American Apple Growers Association promoted this preparation in 1940. Winter apples become spring celebration. Apple slices fried in butter with cinnamon and a touch of sugar created a sweet side dish that complemented hearty breakfast proteins. The slow cooking process concentrated flavors while creating tender apples that maintained their shape. The addition of cinnamon provided warmth and complexity that elevated simple fruit. What made fried apples remarkable was their transformation of storage fruit into fresh-tasting delight. Apples that had spent months in root cellars emerged renewed through careful cooking, proving that preservation didn't mean sacrifice of quality or enjoyment. The dish particularly shone during late winter and early spring, when stored apples needed to be used before spoiling. Families would prepare large batches, serving them alongside eggs, bacon, or biscuits to create balanced, satisfying meals. Corn dodgers. These small, dense corn cakes served as portable breakfast for families with early morning obligations. The Agricultural Extension Service promoted them in 1935. Frontier food feeds modern families. Corn dodgers were essentially cornbread, formed into small individual cakes and fried until crispy outside and tender inside. Their small size made them perfect for eating with hands, while their substantial nature provided lasting energy for physical work. What made corn dodgers special was their versatility. They could be eaten plain with coffee, split and filled with meat or eggs, or sweetened with honey or molasses. This adaptability made them ideal for families with varying tastes and needs. The preparation was simple enough for older children to manage, making corn dodgers a practical choice for busy Sunday mornings when adults had other responsibilities. The basic recipe required only cornmeal, water, salt, and fat for frying. Different regions developed preferred techniques. Some favored thicker cakes with softer centers, while others preferred thin, crispy versions. These variations reflected local preferences and available ingredients while maintaining the essential character of this traditional food. Chicken fried steak with white gravy. This indulgent Sunday breakfast turned inexpensive cuts of beef into something worthy of celebration. The Texas State Fair featured this dish in 1942. Lone Star technique turns tough into tender. Cube steak, pounded thin and coated in seasoned flour, was fried until golden, then served with creamy white gravy made from the pan drippings. The result was tender, flavorful meat that rivaled more expensive cuts, while providing the satisfaction that only substantial protein could offer. What made chicken fried steak remarkable was its transformation of humble ingredients through technique. Proper pounding, seasoning, and frying could make the toughest cut tender and delicious. This wasn't just cooking, it was alchemy. The accompanying white gravy was equally important, requiring skill to create smooth, flavorful sauce without lumps or greasiness. The gravy served as both complement and necessity, softening the meat while adding richness that transformed the entire dish. This breakfast particularly thrived in areas where cattle ranching made beef available, but expensive cuts remained luxuries. Families could enjoy substantial meat breakfast without straining budgets, proving that technique could overcome economic limitations. Salt rising bread with butter. This unique bread, leavened by naturally occurring bacteria rather than yeast, created intensely flavored loaves that were perfect for special Sunday breakfasts. The Appalachian magazine documented this tradition in 1939. Mountain technique creates miraculous bread. Salt-rising bread required specific conditions, proper temperature, particular water, and careful timing, that made successful loaves a point of pride for accomplished bakers. The resulting bread had a distinctive, slightly pungent flavor that paired beautifully with sweet butter. What made this bread special was its complexity. The fermentation process took days, requiring attention and skill that separated accomplished bakers from casual cooks. Success meant having bread that couldn't be purchased anywhere. It was purely homemade excellence. The bread's keeping qualities made it ideal for Sunday breakfast. Baked Saturday, it remained fresh and flavorful for Sunday morning, providing the foundation for special breakfast presentations. Thick slices, toasted and buttered, created simple but memorable meals. The technique was particularly important in areas where commercial yeast was unreliable or unavailable. Families that mastered salt-rising bread could produce superior loaves regardless of external supply limitations, maintaining food security through traditional knowledge. Rice pudding for breakfast. Leftover rice transformed into breakfast pudding proved that careful cooks wasted nothing while creating something special. The Good Housekeeping magazine featured this technique in 1936. Yesterday's grain becomes today's delight. Rice cooked the previous day was baked with eggs, milk, sugar, and spices until set into creamy pudding that was then reheated for breakfast. What made rice pudding breakfast special was its versatility. It could be served warm or cold, plain or with fruit, sweet or less sweet, depending on family preferences. The dish particularly appealed to families with limited breakfast options. Rice was economical, eggs and milk were often available from family farms, and the preparation could be done in advance. The technique required understanding of custard principles, proper egg ratios, correct temperature, and careful timing to avoid curdling. The baking process created layers of texture that made rice pudding interesting to eat. The top developed slight crust, while the interior remained creamy and custard-like. This contrast kept each spoonful engaging, proving that simple ingredients could create complex experiences. The serving ritual became part of the breakfast experience. Pudding was carefully spooned into individual bowls, often garnished with additional cinnamon or preserved fruit. This presentation elevated simple ingredients into special occasion food that made Sunday morning feel celebratory. Modern brunch restaurants charge $14 for heritage rice pudding with seasonal garnish, unknowingly recreating Depression-era wisdom that transformed leftovers into luxury through careful attention and traditional cooking skills. Cornbread and milk. This simple combination represented ultimate economy breakfast that still provided satisfaction and nutrition. The Southern Agricultural Review promoted this meal in 1934. Simple ingredients create substantial breakfast. Day-old cornbread, crumbled into bowls and covered with cold milk, created a cereal-like breakfast that was both filling and economical. The cornbread provided carbohydrates and flavor, while milk added protein and richness. Sugar or molasses could be added for sweetness. What made this breakfast remarkable was its accessibility. Families who couldn't afford store-bought cereal could still provide their children with substantial, nutritious breakfast using ingredients they could produce or purchase economically. The combination worked because cornbread's density and flavor could stand up to milk without becoming soggy immediately. This gave children time to eat while the bread maintained pleasant texture. The result was more satisfying than many commercial cereals. The preparation required good cornbread, properly seasoned, correctly textured, and allowed to age slightly. Fresh cornbread became too soggy, while overly old bread was too hard. Success depended on timing and technique that experienced cooks understood instinctively. The genius of cornbread and milk lay in its transformation of humble ingredients into satisfying breakfast that children actually enjoyed. During times when expensive cereals were luxury items, this combination provided similar satisfaction at fraction of the cost, while using ingredients that most families could access. Regional variations emerged around different cornbread traditions and milk sources. Families with dairy cows could afford to be generous with milk, while others stretched it carefully to make meals last. Each approach reflected economic circumstances while maintaining the essential character of this humble breakfast. The nutritional balance of cornbread and milk provided sustained energy that carried children through morning activities. The combination of complex carbohydrates, protein, and fat created satisfaction that lasted longer than many modern breakfast options while costing fraction of commercial alternatives. Modern artisanal breakfast spots charge $12 for heritage cornbread cereal with farm milk, marketing as innovative, what families once created from necessity and practical wisdom about making simple ingredients satisfying and nutritious. Lard-fried donuts. These heavy, satisfying donuts bore little resemblance to modern versions, being fried in lard and rolled in sugar to create substantial breakfast treats. The Baker's Trade Journal documented this tradition in 1940. Farm kitchens produce superior donuts. The dough was enriched with eggs and milk, then shaped and fried in lard heated to precise temperature. The lard created superior texture and flavor, while the careful temperature control ensured even cooking. Fresh from the oil and rolled in sugar, these donuts were incomparable. What made these donuts special was their substance. Unlike modern versions designed for lightness, these were meant to satisfy hunger and provide lasting energy. They were breakfast food, not snack food, designed to sustain rather than simply please. The preparation was special occasion cooking reserved for Sundays or holidays when time and ingredients could be devoted to special treats. The process required skill, attention, and quality ingredients that made success a point of family pride. The tradition particularly thrived in areas where lard was readily available and sugar wasn't prohibitively expensive. Families with their own pork production could afford to be generous with fat, creating superior results that commercial bakeries couldn't match. The science behind lard-fried donuts explained their superior quality. Lard's high smoke point allowed for proper high-temperature frying that created immediate crust formation while keeping interiors tender. The neutral flavor didn't compete with donut taste, while the texture remained crispy, longer than oil-fried versions. Dough preparation required understanding of yeast behavior and gluten development that came through experience, making them practical for families who needed to maximize their cooking efforts. Modern gourmet donut shops charge $5 each for heritage-style cake donuts, attempting to recreate what families once made from farm ingredients and traditional techniques that understood how proper fat and careful preparation could transform simple ingredients into memorable treats. Cream of wheat with cocoa powder. This simple addition transformed plain hot cereal into something children actually wanted to eat. The Cream of Wheat Company promoted this preparation in 1952. Simple addition creates breakfast magic. A spoonful of cocoa powder stirred into hot cream of wheat created chocolate-flavored cereal that satisfied children's sweet tooth while providing substantial nutrition. The cocoa added both flavor and additional minerals, making breakfast more appealing and nutritious. What made this preparation clever was its economy. A small amount of inexpensive cocoa powder could transform an entire pot of cereal, making special breakfast possible without expensive ingredients. This allowed families to provide treats while maintaining budget discipline. Custard pie, slices for breakfast. Leftover custard pie became legitimate breakfast food when served with strong coffee on Sunday mornings. The American Pie Council documented this tradition in 1941. Yesterday's dessert becomes today's breakfast. Rich custard pie, made with eggs, milk, and sugar, provided protein and calories that qualified it as breakfast food rather than mere indulgence. The substantial nature of good custard pie meant it could sustain morning activities while the sweet flavor provided psychological satisfaction. What made pie for breakfast acceptable was its nutritional content. Eggs and milk in custard provided protein, while the crust contributed carbohydrates. This combination created balanced nutrition that rivaled many conventional breakfast foods: country sausage gravy over grits. This southern variation replaced biscuits with grits as the foundation for rich sausage gravy, creating a hearty breakfast that could sustain the hardest working families. The Southern Foodways Alliance documented this tradition in 1943. Cotton Country's substantial solution, creamy grits, provided the perfect foundation for country sausage gravy, absorbing flavors while adding their own corn sweetness. The combination created a complete, balanced meal that provided protein, carbohydrates, and fat in proportions that sustained hard physical labor. What made this combination special was its regional authenticity. Grits were traditional Southern grain, while country sausage represented local meat processing traditions. Together, they created breakfast that couldn't be replicated elsewhere with the same authenticity and flavor. Pineapple upside-down coffee cake. This 1950s novelty represented the height of modern convenience combined with traditional baking skills. The Modern Family magazine promoted this recipe in 1954. Tropical luxury meets Sunday morning. Canned pineapple rings, arranged in brown sugar and butter, were topped with cake batter and baked upside down to create impressive presentation that rivaled bakery offerings. The result was both coffee cake and fruit dessert, perfect for special Sunday breakfast or brunch. What made this cake special was its dramatic presentation. When inverted, the caramelized pineapple and brown sugar created beautiful topping that made simple cake look professionally decorated. This visual appeal made ordinary breakfast feel special and celebratory. The technique required understanding of upside-down cake principles, proper pan preparation, correct batter consistency, and careful timing to ensure successful release. Success created impressive results that justified the effort and expense of special ingredients. The cake particularly appealed to families embracing modern convenience foods while maintaining baking traditions. Canned pineapple represented exotic luxury made accessible, while homemade cake demonstrated continued cooking skills and family traditions. The real genius of pineapple upside-down coffee cake lay in its transformation of expensive ingredients into affordable luxury. Fresh pineapple remained costly and seasonal, but canned rings brought tropical flavor to American tables year-round at manageable prices. The dramatic presentation made guests assume expensive ingredients when the cost remained modest. Preparation timing became crucial for success. The caramelized brown sugar mixture needed to be hot enough to create proper caramelization, but not so hot it would cook the cake batter on contact. Experienced bakers learned to time the batter pouring precisely, creating perfect layers that would invert cleanly. The cake's versatility made it perfect for various occasions. Sunday breakfast with coffee showcased its coffee cake qualities, while afternoon serving emphasized its dessert nature. The same recipe adapted to different presentations, making it valuable for busy homemakers managing multiple social obligations. The visual drama of cake inversion created family entertainment. Children would gather to watch the moment of truth when Mother flipped the pan, revealing whether the beautiful topping would release perfectly or stick disappointingly. Success brought cheers and pride. Failure provided teaching moments about technique and patience. Egg noodle breakfast bake. Leftover egg noodles transformed into breakfast casserole proved that creative cooks could turn any ingredient into morning fuel. The National Pasta Association promoted this recipe in 1948. Yesterday's dinner becomes tomorrow's breakfast. Cooked egg noodles were combined with eggs, cream, and bacon, then baked until set into substantial casserole that could feed entire families. The result was both familiar and novel, recognizable ingredients combined in unexpected ways to create satisfying breakfast. What made this dish remarkable was its use of unconventional breakfast ingredients. Pasta wasn't typically associated with morning meals, yet when combined with traditional breakfast elements, it created hearty, satisfying food that challenged conventional categories. The preparation allowed for advance work, with casserole assembled Saturday evening and baked Sunday morning. This convenience made special breakfast possible even when Sunday morning schedules were busy with church and family obligations. The technique required understanding of casserole principles, proper ratios of wet to dry ingredients, correct baking temperature, and timing to ensure proper setting. Success created breakfast that was both filling and impressive. The genius of egg noodle breakfast bake lay in its solution to the leftover pasta problem. Unlike many starches that became unappetizing when reheated, egg noodles actually improved in breakfast casserole format. The overnight rest allowed flavors to meld, while the custard-like binding created entirely new textures. Housewives discovered that the rich egg noodles provided better foundation than bread or potatoes for breakfast casseroles. The pasta's ability to absorb flavors while maintaining structure created perfect vehicle for bacon, fat, herbs, and cheese. Each bite delivered complex tastes that evolved throughout cooking. The preparation became particularly popular among German and Eastern European immigrant families who understood noodle versatility. Their traditional knowledge of egg noodle preparation combined with American breakfast preferences to create fusion cuisine decades before the term existed. Smart cooks learned to intentionally cook extra noodles for dinner, planning Sunday's breakfast casserole from the beginning. This strategic approach turned leftover management into deliberate menu planning, ensuring families enjoyed both efficient cooking and varied meals. The baking process created transformation that elevated simple ingredients into something special. The edges became golden and slightly crispy, while the center remained creamy and custard-like. This contrast of textures made each serving interesting and satisfying. Fried apple fritters. These golden, crispy treats elevated simple apples into special occasion breakfast food. The Orchard Growers Association promoted this recipe in 1946. Autumn harvest creates winter celebration. Apple chunks were folded into sweetened batter, dropped into hot oil, and fried until golden and crispy outside while remaining tender inside. The contrast of textures, crispy exterior and soft apple interior, created complex, satisfying breakfast that felt like special treat. What made apple fritters special was their transformation of simple fruit into elaborate presentation. Oil temperature required constant attention and experience to judge correctly. Too cool and fritters absorbed grease, becoming heavy and unappetizing. Too hot and exteriors burned while interiors remained raw. Experienced cooks tested temperature with drops of batter, reading the sizzle and bubble patterns like weather signs. The timing of fritter preparation created family drama and anticipation. Hot oil demanded immediate attention, so everything else stopped while Mother focused on frying. Children would gather in the kitchen, drawn by the aroma and the promise of hot fritters dusted with sugar. Smart cooks learned to make fritter batter the night before, allowing flavors to develop while streamlining Sunday morning preparation. This advance work meant fresh, hot fritters could appear on the table with minimal morning effort, creating the illusion of effortless abundance. The apple preparation itself became family tradition. Children would help peel and core apples under supervision, learning knife skills while contributing to the family meal. These shared preparation moments created lasting memories around food and family cooperation. Regional variations reflected local apple varieties and cultural preferences. New England fritters often included nutmeg and cinnamon, while Appalachian versions featured sorghum and bourbon. Each variation maintained the essential apple and batter combination while expressing local character. Cottage cheese with fruit and cream, homemade cottage cheese elevated with cream and seasonal fruit, created elegant breakfast that showcased dairy abundance. The American Dairy Association promoted this dish in 1944. Farm fresh excellence graces Sunday tables. Fresh cottage cheese, made from sour milk and carefully drained, was enriched with heavy cream and topped with whatever fruit was available: fresh berries in summer, canned peaches in winter, or stewed apples in spring. The result was both nutritious and luxurious. What made this breakfast special was its showcase of dairy skills. Good cottage cheese required understanding of milk chemistry, proper timing, and careful technique. Success demonstrated mastery of traditional food preservation and preparation methods. The dish particularly thrived on farms where dairy abundance allowed generous use of cream and milk. Families could create elegant breakfast that cost little in cash while requiring considerable skill and high-quality ingredients. The preparation varied seasonally, with fresh fruit in summer giving way to preserved or stored fruit in winter. This seasonal adaptation kept the dish interesting while making use of whatever ingredients were available. The art of cottage cheese making separated accomplished farm wives from casual cooks. Perfect curds required precise timing, correct temperature, and gentle handling. The milk had to sour naturally, not spoil, creating clean-tasting curds that formed properly when heated. Too much heat, and the curds became tough. Too little, and they wouldn't separate cleanly. The draining process demanded patience and attention. Curds, wrapped in clean cloth and hung overnight, developed proper texture and moisture content. This patient approach created cottage cheese with delicate flavor and perfect consistency that no commercial version could match. The addition of heavy cream transformed simple cottage cheese into luxurious breakfast. The rich cream softened the tangy curds while adding richness that made the dish feel indulgent. Farm families with Jersey cows could afford to be generous with cream, creating combinations that rivaled any restaurant offering. Oatmeal with bacon drippings. This savory preparation of morning oatmeal created hearty breakfast that sustained hard-working families through demanding days. The Farm Bureau cookbook featured this recipe in 1940. Savory solution to sweet breakfast problem. Hot oatmeal was enriched with bacon drippings saved from breakfast meat preparation, creating rich, savory porridge that provided substantial calories and flavor. The fat helped satisfy hunger, while the oats provided sustained energy release. What made this preparation remarkable was its economy. And drippings that might otherwise be discarded became valuable ingredients that transformed simple oats into satisfying meal. This waste-nothing approach characterized Depression-era cooking at its finest. The technique required careful balance to avoid overwhelming the oats while providing sufficient richness. Experienced cooks learned proper proportions through trial and practice, creating breakfast that was satisfying without being greasy. The breakfast particularly appealed to families who needed substantial morning fuel for physical labor. The combination of complex carbohydrates and fat provided sustained energy that lighter breakfast options couldn't match. The genius of bacon dripping oatmeal lay in its transformation of what many considered animal feed into human comfort food. During the Depression, when meat was precious and oats were cheap, this preparation provided the satisfaction of meat flavor with the economy of grain-based breakfast. The bacon drippings contained more than just fat. They carried the concentrated essence of smoked pork herbs and spices used in bacon curing. This complex flavor profile transformed bland oatmeal into something approaching meat porridge, satisfying psychological hunger for protein even when actual meat was limited. Preparation timing became crucial for success. The oats needed to be nearly finished cooking before adding drippings, preventing the fat from becoming greasy or overwhelming. Added too early, the drippings would separate and create unpleasant texture. Added too late, they wouldn't integrate properly with the grain. Smart farm wives would vary the fat sources based on what was available. Sausage drippings created spicier oatmeal, while ham fat provided milder, saltier flavor. Each type of preserved meat contributed different characteristics, keeping the basic preparation interesting throughout winter months. The psychological impact of this breakfast shouldn't be underestimated. During times when meat was scarce, having breakfast that tasted of bacon provided psychological satisfaction that purely vegetarian options couldn't match. This mental component of nutrition was as important as the physical sustenance. Regional variations emerged around different fat preservation methods and oat preparation techniques. Scottish heritage families preferred steel-cut oats with mild bacon drippings, while German immigrants favored rolled oats with heavily spiced sausage fat. Each tradition reflected cultural heritage while adapting to American conditions. The social acceptance of savory oatmeal challenged conventional breakfast categories. Unlike sweet porridge that was clearly breakfast food, bacon-flavored oats could almost pass for dinner preparation, allowing families to stretch meat flavors across multiple meals without feeling deprived. Modern high-end restaurants now charge $18 for savory oat risotto with pancetta oil, essentially recreating this Depression-era necessity with premium ingredients and pretentious presentations. They market as innovation what families once created from frugality and necessity. Cinnamon pull-apart bread. This interactive breakfast bread allowed families to share communal food while creating individual portions. The American Baker magazine promoted this recipe in 1951. Sharing bread creates Sunday memories. Sweet yeast dough was rolled in cinnamon sugar, formed into loaves where pieces could be pulled apart by hand and baked until golden. The result was both bread and entertainment, as family members pulled apart their individual portions while the bread remained warm. What made pull-apart bread special was its communal nature. Unlike sliced bread that separated family members into individual portions, this bread required gathering around the table and sharing from common loaf. The preparation required yeast bread skills that weren't universal among home bakers. Proper rising, shaping, and baking were essential for success, making accomplished pull-apart bread a demonstration of baking expertise. The bread particularly appealed to families with children who enjoyed the interactive nature of pulling apart their own pieces. The shared experience created lasting memories while providing substantial breakfast that could satisfy multiple appetites. The genius of pull-apart bread lay in its solution to several breakfast challenges simultaneously. It provided substantial carbohydrates for energy, satisfied children's desire for interactive food, and created natural portion control without waste. Each family member could take exactly what they wanted without cutting or measuring. Applesauce breakfast cake. When World War II rationing limited eggs and butter, creative bakers discovered that applesauce could replace both, creating moist breakfast cake that was even better than traditional versions. The Victory Kitchen newsletter featured this recipe in 1943. Rationing restrictions create superior results. Unsweetened applesauce provided both moisture and natural sweetness, allowing bakers to reduce sugar while creating tender, flavorful cake that improved with age. The fruit pectin helped bind ingredients while adding nutrients that traditional fats couldn't provide. What made this cake remarkable was how rationing necessity led to superior results. The applesauce created moister texture and more complex flavor than butter-based versions, while reducing dependence on rationed ingredients. This was innovation born from restriction. The technique required understanding applesauce's properties, its moisture content, natural sugars, and binding abilities. Successful bakers learned to adjust other ingredients accordingly, creating perfectly balanced cakes that didn't reveal their wartime origins. The breakfast cake particularly appealed to families who needed to stretch ingredients while maintaining quality. One cake could provide several days of breakfast, making efficient use of limited supplies while creating food that felt abundant and satisfying. The science behind applesauce cake revealed why it worked so well. Apples contain natural pectin that acts as both moisture retainer and binding agent. This pectin created cake structure that stayed fresh longer than butter-based versions, making it perfect for families who needed to maximize each baking effort. The natural fruit sugars in applesauce provided sweetness that developed complexity during baking. Unlike refined sugar that simply added sweetness, apple sugars caramelized and interacted with other ingredients to create nuanced flavors that improved over time. Day-old applesauce cake often tasted better than fresh. Spice combinations varied according to family preferences and available supplies. Cinnamon and nutmeg were traditional choices, but creative bakers added allspice, ginger, or even cardamom when available. Each spice combination created different flavor profiles while maintaining the essential apple foundation. The preparation technique required understanding how applesauce affected baking chemistry. The fruit's acidity interacted with leavening agents differently than butter would, requiring adjustments to baking powder or soda amounts. Successful bakers learned these modifications through experience and careful observation. Smart cooks discovered that homemade applesauce created superior results to store-bought versions. They could control sweetness, texture, and spice levels while ensuring no preservatives interfered with baking chemistry. This knowledge made applesauce cake both economical and superior to expensive alternatives. The cake's versatility made it valuable for various occasions. Served warm for breakfast, it provided substantial morning fuel. Served at room temperature for afternoon snack, it satisfied sweet cravings. This adaptability maximized the baker's effort while meeting different family needs. Regional variations emerged around apple varieties and spice preferences. New England bakers favored tart apples that provided more pronounced flavor, while Southern cooks preferred sweeter varieties that reduced sugar needs. Each region's approach reflected local apple production and cultural tastes. The psychological impact of successfully creating excellent cake from wartime restrictions provided important morale boost for families managing shortages. This cake proved that limitation could inspire innovation, that making do could lead to making better. Modern health-conscious bakeries charge $8 per slice for refined sugar-free apple breakfast cake, unknowingly recreating wartime necessity with marketing language about clean eating and natural ingredients. Conclusion: these 30 forgotten breakfast traditions represent more than just recipes. They're a testament to American ingenuity during our nation's most challenging times. From sour milk pancakes that turned potential waste into Sunday morning gold, to applesauce cakes that proved rationing restrictions could create superior results, each dish tells a story of families who refused to let hardship diminish their love for one another. What made these breakfasts special wasn't fancy ingredients or complicated techniques. It was the alchemy of necessity, skill, and love that transformed simple pantry staples into weekly celebrations. When bacon was precious, mothers found ways to make one slice feed 8 children. When eggs were scarce, they discovered that custard could elevate stale bread into something magnificent. These weren't just survival meals. They were proof that abundance isn't measured in dollars spent, but in love invested. A mother who saved bacon grease all week to make perfect red-eye gravy, or a father who rose early to tend the fire for salt-rising bread, understood that Sunday breakfast was about more than nutrition. It was about showing family that they deserved the very best, even when best meant transforming scraps into gold. Today, restaurants charge $20 for dishes our grandparents created from necessity and love. They market heritage and artisanal versions of breakfasts that once fed families for pennies. But no modern recreation can capture what made these meals truly special, the knowledge that every bite represented someone's careful attention to making ordinary Sunday mornings feel extraordinary. Perhaps the greatest tragedy isn't that we've forgotten these recipes, but that we've forgotten what they represented. The understanding that love could be measured in spoonfuls, that abundance could be created through care, and that the most important ingredient in any meal was the intention to make others feel valued and cherished. The next time you pour expensive syrup over frozen pancakes or unwrap processed breakfast bars, remember the mothers who turned sour milk into fluffy griddle cakes and the fathers who fried thick bologna until it rivaled the finest ham. They understood something we've forgotten, that the best breakfasts aren't about convenience or cost. They're about the love that transforms simple ingredients into lasting memories. These recipes didn't disappear because they weren't delicious. They vanished because we forgot that taking time to care for others is never time wasted. In our rush toward efficiency, we lost the gentle art of Sunday morning abundance, the weekly ritual that reminded families they were worth celebrating, even when times were tough. The wisdom of these forgotten breakfasts extends far beyond the kitchen. They remind us that resourcefulness isn't about making do with less. It's about recognizing the abundance that already surrounds us and having the skill to transform it into something beautiful. They teach us that innovation often emerges from limitation, that the best solutions come from understanding what we have rather than lamenting what we lack. Most importantly, these breakfast traditions remind us that luxury isn't about expensive ingredients or elaborate presentations. It's about the generous spirit that says, you deserve something special, even when resources are limited. It's about the daily choice to create abundance through attention, skill, and love. In remembering these forgotten breakfasts, we honor not just the meals themselves, but the hands that made them, the families that shared them, and the understanding that food is never just about nourishment. It's always about love made visible, care made tangible, and abundance created one careful spoonful at a time. If you've got a family breakfast recipe with a story, share it in the comments below. Hit that subscribe button and the notification bell to join our journey through history's most amazing food traditions. Next week, we're uncovering the Depression-era desserts that fooled millionaires into thinking they were eating at five-star restaurants. You won't want to miss these incredible stories of American kitchen ingenuity that prove the best meals come from the biggest hearts. Do you remember those brilliant cooking secrets only Betty Crocker knew that we somehow forgot?
Vegetable soup made with noodles is the main dish for breakfast.
Back then, these kitchen tricks made everyday meals effortless and extraordinary for families working tirelessly each day. What other wisdom did we abandon along the way that could still revolutionize how we cook today? Using gelatin to perfect your sauces, using gelatin to thicken sauces without lumps, was Betty Crocker's signature trick that delivered restaurant-quality results with silky, smooth perfection. Unlike today's methods that depend on flour or cornstarch, this technique involved gently dissolving gelatin in cold water before slowly incorporating it into warm sauces. This prevented clumping entirely, creating a glossy finish that transformed even basic dishes into something special. The science behind this method was revolutionary for home cooks. Gelatin dissolves completely at lower temperatures than flour-based thickeners, which means you could achieve perfect consistency without the risk of scorching or creating that pasty flour taste that plagued so many gravies. Betty Crocker understood that timing was everything. The gelatin needed to bloom in cold liquid first, allowing the proteins to hydrate properly before being introduced to heat. This method proved invaluable during times when flour was scarce or when cooks wanted crystal-clear sauces instead of cloudy ones. Ice water magic for crisp vegetables. Soaking celery in ice water to restore crispness was Betty Crocker's simple yet genius refrigerator hack that kept produce fresh and crunchy much longer. Celery loses its snap quickly, especially when stored incorrectly or left out too long. Betty Crocker recommended soaking celery stalks in ice water for about an hour before using, which revitalized wilted stalks by rehydrating cells and firming texture perfectly. The cellular science behind this trick fascinated mid-century home economists. When vegetables wilt, their cell walls lose turgor pressure, essentially deflating like tiny balloons. The ice-cold water creates an osmotic gradient that draws moisture back into the cells, restoring that satisfying crunch. The cold temperature also slows down enzymatic breakdown, giving you more time to use your produce. Frosted glass jar storage system. Making frosted glass jars for leftover storage was an ingenious way to keep food fresher, longer, using basic kitchen supplies. Before airtight plastic containers became standard, Betty Crocker recommended frosting glass jars with wax paper or parchment on the inside to create moisture barriers. This prevented leftover foods from drying out or absorbing unwanted refrigerator odors. The engineering behind this system was surprisingly sophisticated. The frosted interior created tiny air pockets that acted as insulation, while the wax paper provided a vapor barrier that regulated humidity levels inside the jar. This dual-layer protection meant leftovers stayed fresh for days longer than they would in ordinary containers. The slightly frosted surface reduced condensation buildup, which caused early spoilage in cold storage. This method gained popularity during wartime rationing and the Depression, when stretching meals and preserving leftovers was critical. The bread trick for brown sugar. Softening. Brown sugar with a slice of bread was an incredibly effective method that saved countless cooks from frustration. Brown sugar, with its natural molasses content, tends to dry out and form solid lumps when exposed to air. Betty Crocker recommended placing fresh bread in the container with sugar and sealing tightly for a day or two. The bread's moisture transferred to the sugar, restoring soft, crumbly texture without affecting flavor. The moisture transfer mechanism worked through equilibrium. The bread's higher water content naturally migrated toward the drier sugar crystals. This gentle rehydration process preserved the sugar's delicate structure without dissolving it like steam or direct water addition might. The bread acted as a moisture reservoir, slowly releasing humidity at the perfect rate for sugar restoration. This simple kitchen hack meant no waste and no need to buy new sugar, particularly important during rationing periods. It was a household secret passed down through generations and featured in many mid-century cookbooks. The technique worked so well that some families made it a routine, always keeping a slice of bread in their brown sugar containers as preventive maintenance. Betty Crocker's test kitchens experimented with different bread types and discovered that soft white bread worked best due to its high moisture content and neutral flavor. Day-old bread was actually preferable to fresh, as it had begun to release moisture more readily. Mayonnaise in cakes. Using mayonnaise in cakes for moisture without butter was a surprising ingredient swap that kept cakes tender in ration-conscious or budget-tight homes. During times when butter was expensive or scarce, Betty Crocker revealed that mayonnaise could replace butter or oil while maintaining moistness and richness in baked goods. Since mayonnaise is mostly oil and eggs, it adds moisture and binding qualities that keep cakes soft without altering flavor. The chemistry behind this substitution was brilliant in its simplicity. Mayonnaise already contains emulsified oil and eggs, two key cake ingredients, along with vinegar or lemon juice that tenderizes gluten. This pre-emulsified fat distributed more evenly throughout the batter than solid butter, creating an incredibly tender crumb structure that stayed moist for days. This trick was a game changer for families struggling with limited ingredients but still wanting homemade treats. It was widely accepted because it used pantry staples, reducing waste and expense. The secret to success was careful substitution following trusted recipes, typically replacing butter or oil cup for cup with mayonnaise. Betty Crocker's food scientists discovered that mayonnaise cakes actually improved with age, staying moist longer than traditional butter cakes. The oil in mayonnaise doesn't solidify when cooled like butter does, maintaining the cake's tender texture even when refrigerated. This made it perfect for make-ahead desserts and special occasions. Professional bakers eventually caught on to this technique, using it in commercial bakeries where consistent moisture levels were crucial for shelf life. The method worked particularly well in chocolate cakes, where the mayonnaise flavor was completely masked by cocoa, and in spice cakes, where the slight tang complemented the warming spices. Modern bakers who rediscover this hack enjoy lighter, moist cakes without butter's saturated fat. This forgotten method reminds us that everyday ingredients have multiple clever uses. It also demonstrates how necessity truly is the mother of invention. Some of our best cooking techniques emerged from making do with what was available. Reviving stale bread. Reviving stale bread with a damp towel and oven heat was a clever way to avoid waste and enjoy fresh-tasting bread longer. Rather than discarding hard or dried-out loaves, Betty Crocker recommended wrapping bread in a slightly damp kitchen towel and placing it in a warm oven for a few minutes. The created steam softened the crust and refreshed the crumb, making bread enjoyable again for sandwiches or toast. The science of bread staling involves starch retrogradation, a process where starch molecules reorganize into a crystalline structure that feels hard and dry. The gentle steam from the damp towel, combined with moderate heat, temporarily reverses this process by adding moisture and energy back into the starch molecules. This restored the bread's original texture without making it soggy. This simple technique was essential when bread was precious, especially during rationing and economic hardship. It gave home cooks a second chance to use leftovers without sacrificing quality or taste. The trick was easy enough for beginners and significantly reduced food waste, a moral imperative when resources were scarce. Betty Crocker's instructions were precise. The towel should be damp but not dripping. The oven should be warm but not hot, around 300 degrees Fahrenheit, and the timing should be brief, 5 to 10 minutes maximum. Overdoing any element would result in soggy or tough bread. The technique worked best with day-old bread. Bread that was several days old needed longer steaming but could still be rescued. Wax paper, butter storage. Wrapping butter in wax paper for easier spreading was a practical tip that made cold butter manageable before microwave ovens existed. Betty Crocker taught that wrapping butter sticks or blocks tightly in wax paper and refrigerating them made butter softer and easier to slice or spread directly on bread. Wax paper prevented butter from absorbing unwanted refrigerator smells and made unwrapping small amounts mess-free. The physics behind this technique involved thermal conductivity and moisture management. Wax paper created a microclimate around the butter that stayed slightly warmer than the refrigerator air, while the thin barrier prevented rapid temperature fluctuations that could cause the butter to become rock hard. The wax coating also repelled moisture and odors. This was important daily convenience for home cooks, especially when refrigeration was colder and butter was firmer than today. The tip kept butter fresh and ready while avoiding waste or spoilage. Properly wrapped, butter could maintain perfect spreading consistency even in very cold refrigerators, eliminating the morning struggle of trying to butter toast with rock-hard butter. Betty Crocker's home economists tested various wrapping materials and found that wax paper outperformed alternatives like aluminum foil or plain paper. The waxy coating created an airtight seal that preserved flavor while the paper backing provided structure. Some households developed elaborate butter storage systems with multiple wrapped portions for different uses. The technique also had aesthetic benefits. Neatly wrapped butter sticks looked more professional and organized than unwrapped blocks. Many families took pride in their kitchen organization, and properly stored butter was a mark of good housekeeping. Children were taught to wrap butter properly as part of their kitchen education. In modern kitchens, butter is often softened on counters or melted, but this classic wrapping method remains an elegant solution for maintaining butter's best texture and flavor. It's particularly valuable for baking, where temperature control is crucial for proper dough development and texture. Toothpick cake. Testing using toothpicks to test cake doneness without drying was a delicate method to check baking progress without damaging texture. Instead of inserting knives or forks that might remove too much batter or leave large holes, Betty Crocker's recipes suggested using clean toothpicks to poke cakes lightly. If it came out clean or with a few moist crumbs, the cake was done. If batter stuck, more time was needed. The precision of this testing method reflected Betty Crocker's scientific approach to baking. A toothpick's thin diameter minimized structural damage to the cake while providing accurate information about doneness. The technique required understanding the difference between raw batter, wet and clingy, perfect doneness, clean or with just a few moist crumbs, and overdone, completely clean and dry. This simple tool avoided disturbing cake surfaces and ensured even cooking. It was a practical hack that home bakers swore by to avoid underbaked or overbaked results. Though easy, this test required gentle hands and attention to detail, embodying the care classic cooking demanded. The toothpick test became so fundamental that it appeared in virtually every cake recipe. Betty Crocker's test kitchens determined the optimal testing locations, typically 1 inch from the center where the cake took longest to set. They also discovered that different cake types required different interpretations. Butter cakes should have just a few moist crumbs clinging to the toothpick, while sponge cakes should come out completely clean. Professional bakers adopted this technique because it provided consistent results without the guesswork. The visual cue was clear and unmistakable, making it perfect for teaching novice bakers. Many cooking schools still teach the toothpick test as the gold standard for cake doneness. Modern bakers still use toothpicks, but many forget its original intent as a precision instrument rather than a quick poke. The technique works for more than just cakes. Muffins, quick breads, and even some cookies benefit from this gentle testing method. It represents the kind of attention to detail that separated excellent bakers from average ones. Perfect mashed potatoes. Making fluffy mashed potatoes by adding hot milk gradually was a classic technique to avoid gluey or heavy results. Betty Crocker emphasized warming milk before mixing it slowly into cooked potatoes, which helped starches absorb liquid evenly and created smooth, light texture. Cold milk shocked potatoes and caused them to seize up, resulting in dense, sticky mash. The science of potato starch behavior explained why temperature mattered so much. Hot potatoes contain gelatinized starch that readily absorbs warm liquids, creating a smooth emulsion. Cold milk causes rapid temperature changes that can make starches clump together, creating an unpleasant gluey texture that no amount of whipping can fix. This technique was especially important when potatoes were a staple food that needed perfect preparation to satisfy hungry families. Gradual addition allowed better consistency control and avoided watery or overly stiff results. While simple, it marked good home cooking skill in mid-century kitchens where potatoes appeared on tables multiple times per week. Betty Crocker's instructions were specific. Milk should be heated to steaming, but not boiling, and added in small increments while constantly stirring. The goal was to achieve a creamy consistency without overworking the starches. Some cooks added the milk tablespoon by tablespoon, monitoring texture carefully to avoid over-thinning. Professional chefs understood that great mashed potatoes required attention to potato variety as well as technique. Russet potatoes created the fluffiest results due to their high starch content, while waxy varieties like red potatoes produced denser, creamier mashes. The choice depended on the desired final texture. The technique also emphasized the importance of proper seasoning timing. Salt and butter were added before the milk to prevent the potatoes from becoming watery. This layering of flavors and textures created mashed potatoes that were far superior to the instant versions that would later dominate American tables. Rediscovering this trick transforms ordinary mashed potatoes into creamy delights worthy of any dinner table. It's a reminder that some techniques can't be rushed or shortcut. They require patience and understanding of how ingredients behave under different conditions. Grated butter for pastry. The technique required keeping everything cold, even chilling the grater beforehand for best results. Betty Crocker's pastry experts discovered that different grating sizes produced different textures. Coarse grating created more dramatic layers and flakiness, while fine grating produced a more tender, uniform texture. The choice depended on whether the pastry would hold heavy fillings or needed to be extra delicate for cream pies. The method also worked well with frozen butter, which grated easily and stayed cold throughout the mixing process. Some bakers kept butter in the freezer specifically for pastry making, grating it directly into flour for the coldest possible dough. This prevented the butter from warming up during handling. It embodies the practical ingenuity Betty Crocker was famous for teaching, simple tools used cleverly to achieve professional results. Herb oil preservation, preserving herbs in oil for longer freshness, was a smart pantry trick cherished in vintage kitchens to keep garden herbs usable well beyond their natural shelf life. Instead of letting herbs wilt or dry quickly, home cooks finely chopped fresh herbs like parsley, thyme, or rosemary and packed them tightly into clean glass jars. Then they covered herbs completely with olive oil or vegetable oil, sealing jars tightly to prevent air exposure. The preservation science behind this method involved creating an anaerobic environment that prevented oxidation and bacterial growth. Oil acted as a barrier against air and moisture, the two main culprits in herb deterioration. The key was removing all air bubbles and ensuring complete oil coverage. Any exposed herb material would quickly spoil and contaminate the entire jar. Betty Crocker's home economists developed specific ratios and techniques for different herbs. Delicate herbs like basil needed gentle handling and lighter oils, while hardy herbs like rosemary could handle robust olive oils and longer storage times. Some herbs, like garlic, required special care due to botulism concerns, leading to recommendations for acidulation or refrigerated storage. Commercial applications of this technique appeared in specialty food stores, where artisanal herb oils commanded premium prices. It also represents a more sustainable approach to food preservation that reduces waste and maximizes seasonal abundance. Potato water for thickening. Using potato water to thicken soups and stews naturally was a clever, economical way to avoid flour or cornstarch as thickening agents. When boiling potatoes, the starchy water left behind was saved and added to soups or stews to create velvety texture without extra ingredients. Betty Crocker's recipes encouraged this practice as a resourceful method during times when pantry staples were limited or expensive. Potato water provided subtle richness and body, enhancing broth mouthfeel while reducing kitchen waste. This trick was especially important during the Depression and wartime rationing when stretching ingredients was essential. It also kept recipes simple and gluten-free before dietary restrictions became widely known, making it accessible to families with various dietary needs. The technique required understanding proper storage and usage. Fresh potato water worked best, but it could be refrigerated for a day or two if needed. The thickening power varied depending on potato variety and cooking time, so experienced cooks learned to adjust quantities based on the specific batch of potato water they had available. Using potato water as thickener brought natural creaminess to dishes, transforming humble soups into hearty meals. Today, many have forgotten this straightforward technique, but it remains a valuable zero-cost way to improve soups and stews with minimal effort. It also demonstrates how traditional cooking methods often produced superior results to modern shortcuts. Homemade jellies. Without pectin, canning, leftover fruit juices into jellies without pectin was a homemade preservation trick, popular before commercial pectins were widely available. Home cooks collected juices from cooked fruits like apples, berries, or grapes, and boiled them with sugar until mixtures naturally thickened and set into jelly form. This process relied on fruit's natural pectin content or slow reduction to achieve proper consistency. Betty Crocker encouraged such resourceful methods to reduce waste and extend precious fruit harvests, especially during the Depression and wartime. Families could preserve seasonal flavors in jars, creating sweet spreads that lasted months without refrigeration. This hands-on method required patience and careful temperature control, making it a prized skill among home canners. The technique demanded understanding of the pectin-sugar-acid balance necessary for proper gelling. The acid component, often from lemon juice or cream of tartar, helped release pectin and prevented crystallization. Testing methods became family traditions. The cold plate test involved dropping small amounts of hot jelly onto chilled plates to see if they set properly. The spoon test checked whether jelly sheeted off the spoon in a continuous flow rather than dripping in separate drops. It represents a time when food preservation was as much art as science, requiring intuition and experience that developed over years of practice. Mock mayonnaise. Creating mock mayonnaise with egg yolk and vinegar was a wartime hack that helped households cope when commercial mayonnaise was scarce or rationed. This clever substitute involved whisking egg yolks with vinegar, oil, and seasonings to mimic creamy texture and tang of real mayonnaise. Betty Crocker's cookbooks offered this recipe as affordable, easy alternative requiring only basic pantry ingredients. Mock mayo kept salads, sandwiches, and dressings flavorful during tough economic times and supply shortages. It was particularly useful when fresh eggs and vinegar were more available than processed condiments. This homemade version might not have had exact consistency of store-bought mayo, but it delivered essential taste and moisture needed in classic recipes. The technique allowed for customization that commercial products couldn't match. Families could adjust the vinegar type for different flavor profiles, use different oils for varying richness levels, or add herbs and spices for personalized flavors. Some regions developed signature variations that reflected local tastes and available ingredients. Professional chefs appreciated the freshness and control that homemade mayonnaise provided. Today, Recreating this old-fashioned substitute connects modern cooks to resourceful culinary tradition that made simple ingredients stretch farther while keeping meals delicious and familiar. It also provides superior flavor and texture compared to many commercial alternatives, making it worth mastering for purely culinary reasons. Wax paper kitchen uses. Using wax paper instead of plastic wrap for baking preparation was versatile, multi-use trick taught by Betty Crocker for layering, wrapping, and preventing sticking in kitchens. Before plastic wrap became common, cooks used wax paper to separate dough layers, line pans, and cover foods during preparation. Its non-stick surface made it ideal for rolling pastry or chocolate-covered treats without mess. The material properties of wax paper made it uniquely suited for kitchen tasks. The thin wax coating repelled moisture while remaining flexible at room temperature, unlike modern parchment paper, which could be stiff. Wax paper also helped preserve freshness when wrapping baked goods or sandwiches. The technique extended to food storage beyond simple wrapping. Layering wax paper between cookies prevented sticking in storage containers, while placing sheets between burger patties or cutlets made freezing and thawing much easier. These applications demonstrated the material's versatility in solving common kitchen problems. Professional bakeries relied heavily on wax paper for production efficiency. Though modern cooks often default to plastic wrap, revisiting wax paper offers sustainable, effective alternative that echoes classic cooking methods. It also provides tactile, nostalgic connection to mid-century kitchens where resourcefulness was key. The biodegradable nature of wax paper makes it environmentally preferable to plastic alternatives for many applications. Stretching meat with bread. Stretching meat with bread or cereal in meatloaf was frugal mid-century tip that helped bulk up protein dishes affordably without sacrificing flavor or texture. Betty Crocker's recipes frequently included soaking breadcrumbs or crushed cereal in milk or water before mixing into ground meat. This increased loaf volume while adding moisture and tenderness, making meatloaf go further on tight budgets. The soaked bread acted as a moisture reservoir, releasing steam during cooking that kept the meat tender, while the bread starches helped bind the mixture together. This created a more cohesive loaf that sliced cleanly and stayed moist longer than pure meat mixtures. The technique was especially popular during Depression and wartime rationing when meat was expensive and limited. Using pantry staples to extend precious protein allowed families to feed more people with less meat, reducing waste while maintaining satisfying meals. Betty Crocker's test kitchens found day-old bread worked better than fresh because it absorbed liquid more readily without becoming mushy. Understanding this method reminds modern cooks that frugality and flavor can coexist, and simple ingredients can elevate economical dishes. It also demonstrates how necessity-driven cooking innovations often produced superior results to more expensive alternatives. Frozen milk cubes. Freezing leftover milk in ice cube trays for coffee or baking was a neat storage trick rarely seen today, but cherished in vintage kitchens. Rather than wasting unused milk or cream, home cooks poured extra liquid into ice cube trays and froze it into convenient single-use portions. These cubes could be dropped directly into coffee, hot chocolate, or recipes calling for small milk amounts without thawing whole containers. Each cube represented a pre-measured portion, eliminating guesswork in recipes that called for specific milk amounts. This was particularly valuable for baking, where precision could make the difference between success and failure. During wartime, when every drop of milk was precious, families developed elaborate systems for managing their frozen milk cubes, often labeling them by date and fat content. The technique worked particularly well with different types of dairy products. Heavy cream cubes were perfect for adding richness to individual cups of coffee, while whole milk cubes worked excellently in baking applications. Some families even froze buttermilk in cube form for use in pancakes and biscuits. Although contemporary refrigeration and packaging make this less common, freezing milk in cubes remains a smart solution for anyone looking to cut waste and have precise portions ready instantly. Modern applications include freezing coconut milk for smoothies and almond milk for coffee. Reducing salt in cured meats. Using cold water soaks to reduce salt in cured meats was an old trick to rescue overly salty leftovers and make them more enjoyable. If bacon, ham, or salted pork had been over-cured or stored too long, home cooks soaked slices in cold water for several hours or overnight. This process drew out excess salt, mellowing flavor without sacrificing meat's texture or usefulness. Salt naturally migrated from areas of high concentration in the meat toward areas of lower concentration in the fresh water. Cold water was crucial because hot water would start cooking the meat, changing its texture and potentially making it tough. The soaking time had to be carefully monitored to remove excess salt without making the meat bland. Betty Crocker's guides promoted this method as cost-saving measure that allowed families to stretch food supplies and avoid waste. Bacon typically needed shorter soaking times than ham, while salt pork required the longest treatment. Some experienced cooks developed personal timing charts based on the thickness of meat slices and their family's salt tolerance preferences. Being able to rescue food that seemed ruined provided cooks with a sense of competence and resourcefulness. Today, many have forgotten this straightforward fix, but it remains a practical solution for dealing with saltier than desired products. Modern applications include rescuing oversalted olives, capers, and even some cheeses. Flavored butter creation, making flavored butter by mixing in kitchen herbs and spices, was a quick upgrade for everyday meals in classic home cooking. Betty Crocker encouraged adding finely chopped herbs like parsley, chives, or dill, along with spices such as garlic or paprika, directly into softened butter. This infused butter with fresh, vibrant tastes that enhanced bread, vegetables, or meats without needing elaborate sauces. Fat-soluble compounds in herbs and spices would dissolve into butter's fat molecules, creating even distribution throughout the mixture. This process concentrated flavors while preserving them in a stable medium that could be stored and used over time. The butter acted as both flavor carrier and preservation medium. It was an easy way to elevate simple meals, especially when fresh herbs were abundant in victory gardens or on windowsills. This homemade flavored butter became signature of mid-century kitchens where cooks sought to make ordinary foods feel special with minimal effort. Betty Crocker's test kitchens developed specific ratios and techniques for different flavor combinations. The technique extended beyond simple herb combinations to include sweet variations for desserts and baking. Honey butter, cinnamon butter, and fruit-flavored butters became popular for special occasions and holiday entertaining. Professional restaurant kitchens adopted flavored butter techniques for both cost efficiency and flavor enhancement. Today, flavored butters are seen as gourmet treats, but their roots lie in practical, inventive cooking habits taught by Betty Crocker. The technique demonstrates how simple ingredients, when understood and used creatively, can provide sophisticated flavors that rival expensive commercial products. Crushed crackers as binders. Using crushed crackers as versatile binders and toppings was handy pantry staple for casseroles and coatings taught in many mid-century cookbooks. Instead of breadcrumbs, home cooks often crushed saltine or soda crackers to bind meat mixtures or sprinkle over casseroles for golden crusts. This trick gave dishes satisfying texture and flavor while using readily available ingredients. The structural properties of crackers made them particularly effective for binding applications. The combination of flour, fat, and salt in crackers created a more stable binding matrix than plain breadcrumbs, while the pre-cooking process meant they wouldn't absorb excess moisture from meat mixtures. This prevented the soggy textures that sometimes plagued breadcrumb-bound dishes. Betty Crocker's recipes highlighted this approach as economical, reliable way to improve both presentation and taste. Crackers added subtle saltiness and crunch that transformed simple meals into crowd pleasers without extra cost. This technique was common in homes nationwide, especially during rationing or when fresh bread was scarce and breadcrumbs weren't readily available. The versatility of different cracker types allowed for customized applications. Saltines worked excellently for most general purposes, while buttery crackers added richness to meat dishes. Graham crackers created sweet toppings for fruit casseroles, and cheese crackers provided extra flavor for savory applications. Terracotta disc for brown sugar keeping. Brown sugar soft with terracotta discs was clever, reusable kitchen tool from mid-century era that many homemakers relied on to prevent hardened sugar lumps. Small terracotta pieces, often shaped like flat discs or charms, were soaked briefly in water, then placed inside containers with brown sugar. Porous material slowly released moisture, keeping sugar soft and easy to scoop without affecting flavor. The physics of moisture regulation through porous clay demonstrated sophisticated understanding of humidity control principles. Terracotta's natural porosity allowed it to absorb water when soaked, then slowly release that moisture over time as the surrounding environment dried out. This created a stable microclimate that maintained optimal humidity levels for brown sugar storage. This simple trick saved time and frustration for home cooks who otherwise had to break up clumps or replace hardened sugar. It was especially handy during times when wasting any ingredient was unthinkable. Terracotta discs became beloved kitchen companions, often passed down through generations along with favorite recipes and cooking techniques. Cold water. Pasta, rinse. Using cold water to rinse cooked pasta for stopping cooking was mid-century tip that helped home cooks achieve better texture in pasta salads and chilled dishes. After boiling pasta to desired doneness, Betty Crocker and other classic cookbooks recommended draining and rinsing immediately under cold running water. This step quickly halted cooking process, preventing noodles from becoming mushy or overcooked. The thermal dynamics behind this technique involved rapidly dropping pasta temperature below the point where starch continues to gelatinize. Hot pasta continues cooking even after draining due to residual heat. But cold water shock stops this process immediately. This temperature control was crucial for achieving the firm texture needed for cold preparations. It also removed excess starch, which could cause pasta to stick together when cooled. The result was firm, separate strands ideal for cold salads or chilled dishes served at picnics and potlucks. This simple technique was especially important before modern quick-cook pastas and refrigeration advances that made temperature control easier. Betty Crocker's instructions emphasized the importance of thorough rinsing until pasta felt completely cool to the touch. Insufficient cooling would result in continued cooking and eventual mushiness, while over-rinsing could make pasta too cold and affect sauce adherence in warm preparations. Professional kitchen operations used this technique extensively for prep work, where pasta needed to be cooked in advance and held for later service. The method allowed restaurants to manage timing more efficiently during busy service periods while maintaining consistent texture quality. The technique also had applications beyond cold dishes. Some hot preparations benefited from brief cold rinsing to achieve specific textures. particularly in Asian cuisines where pasta texture preferences differed from Italian traditions. This demonstrated the technique's versatility across different culinary styles. Saltwater lettuce. Revival. Reviving wilted lettuce with saltwater soaks was economical freshness, hack used before plastic packaging extended produce shelf life. When lettuce or leafy greens became limp or slightly wilted, home cooks immersed leaves in bowls of cold salted water for several minutes. Salt helped draw moisture into leaves, restoring crispness and firmness through osmotic pressure. The cellular biology behind this technique involved understanding how plant cells respond to different osmotic environments. Wilted lettuce had lost turgor pressure as water left the cells, but the saltwater solution created conditions that encouraged water uptake, restoring the cellular pressure that created crispness. The salt concentration had to be carefully balanced to achieve rehydration without oversalting. This trick was widely taught in vintage cookbooks and household guides, helping families stretch vegetable life and reduce waste. Simple soaks not only perked up salads, but also improved texture and taste of cooked greens. It was a practical solution when fresh produce was more precious and less readily available than today. Betty Crocker's home economists determined optimal salt concentrations and soaking times for different types of greens. Delicate lettuces needed lighter salt solutions and shorter soaking times, while heartier greens like cabbage could handle stronger solutions and longer treatments. The technique worked for various vegetables beyond lettuce, including celery, radishes, and fresh herbs. Professional restaurant kitchens used similar techniques for salvaging produce and maintaining consistent quality standards. The method allowed chefs to rescue vegetables that might otherwise be discarded, demonstrating economic value while maintaining food safety and quality standards. Pre-soaking beans. Pre-soaking beans overnight to cut cooking time dramatically was fundamental but sometimes forgotten step in classic cooking that saved both fuel and time. Before quick cook and canned beans became common, home cooks followed Betty Crocker's advice to soak dried beans in cold water for at least 8 hours or overnight. This softening process helped break down tough outer skins, allowing beans to cook evenly and more quickly the next day. The biochemical changes during soaking involved water penetrating the bean's protective seed coat and beginning to hydrate the internal starches and proteins. This preliminary hydration reduced cooking time by up to 50%, while ensuring more even heat penetration during the cooking process. The soaking also began breaking down complex sugars that could cause digestive issues. It also improved digestibility by reducing complex sugars that often cause gas and bloating. Soaking shortened cooking times while ensuring better texture and flavor, resulting in tender beans with creamy interiors. This simple yet vital step was especially important during mid-century when fuel was costly and cooking resources were limited. Betty Crocker's detailed instructions included proper soaking ratios and water temperature recommendations. Cold water prevented premature cooking, while warm water accelerated hydration for faster soaking. The recommended ratio was approximately 3 cups of water per cup of dried beans, ensuring adequate hydration space. Newspaper onion storage. Storing onions wrapped in newspaper to extend shelf life was a practical pantry trick widely used before modern refrigeration advent. Home cooks wrapped individual onions or whole bunches in newspaper sheets and stored them in cool, dry, dark places such as cellars, pantries, or basements. Newspaper absorbed excess moisture and protected onions from light exposure, which could cause premature sprouting or spoilage. The preservation science involved creating an environment that slowed down the natural aging processes in onions. Darkness prevented sprouting triggered by light exposure, while the newspaper's absorbent properties regulated moisture levels that could cause rot. The ink in newspaper also had mild antimicrobial properties that helped prevent bacterial and fungal growth. This simple technique maintained onion firmness and flavor for several weeks or even months, making it essential preservation method during rationing and economic hardship. Betty Crocker. Cookbooks and household guides recommended this inexpensive, easy method to reduce food waste and stretch precious supplies during times when every ingredient had significant value. Quick pantry pickles. Making pantry pickles using vinegar and household spices was accessible way to add crunch and flavor in wartime kitchens where fresh produce was limited. Instead of relying on store-bought pickles, Betty Crocker's recipes guided home cooks to quickly pickle available vegetables like cucumbers, green beans, or onions using simple brines made from vinegar, water, salt, and common spices such as mustard seeds, dill, or peppercorns. The preservation chemistry involved creating acidic environments that prevented harmful bacterial growth while encouraging beneficial lactic acid fermentation. The vinegar provided immediate acidity that made vegetables safe for storage, while salt drew out moisture and concentrated flavors. The combination created conditions that preserved vegetables while developing complex, tangy flavors. These quick pickles preserved vegetables, extended their usability, and provided much-needed variety and tang to otherwise simple meals. The technique required minimal equipment and no refrigeration, making it perfect for rationed households or those gardening their own vegetables during Victory Garden campaign. Stale bread transformations. Using stale cake or bread to make bread, pudding, or trifles was a resourceful way to reduce waste while creating tasty, comforting desserts in mid-century kitchens. When cakes or bread went stale or dry, rather than discarding them, home cooks repurposed them by layering or soaking in custard mixtures to transform them into soft, flavorful puddings or layered trifles with fruit and cream. The transformation process involved understanding how stale bread's altered starch structure could be revitalized through moisture, and stale bread actually absorbed custard mixtures more readily than fresh bread, creating more flavorful and textured desserts. The aging process concentrated flavors while creating the ideal absorbent properties for pudding applications. Betty Crocker popularized these recipes as economical treats that maximized leftovers while providing families with sweet meal endings. Slow baking or chilling processes revived texture and added moisture, turning seemingly unusable leftovers into crowd pleasers. This thrifty trick was especially important during rationing and economic downturns when nothing edible was wasted. The versatility of bread transformation techniques allowed for both simple and elaborate preparations. Basic bread puddings required only milk, eggs, and sugar, while elaborate trifles incorporated multiple layers of cake, custard, fruit, and cream. These preparations could be adjusted based on available ingredients and occasion requirements. Professional restaurant kitchens adopted similar waste reduction techniques, using day-old bread and pastries for bread puddings, croutons, and stuffing preparations. Understanding these transformation principles allowed commercial kitchens to minimize waste while creating profitable menu items from ingredients that might otherwise be discarded. The comfort food aspect of these desserts provided emotional as well as nutritional value during difficult times. Warm bread puddings and elaborate trifles created feelings of abundance and celebration even when made from simple leftover ingredients. This psychological benefit was particularly important during wartime and economic hardship. The technique also demonstrated important cooking principles about texture, flavor development, and ingredient transformation. Home cooks who mastered these methods gained confidence in improvisation and learned valuable lessons about how ingredients behave under different conditions. These desserts allowed home cooks to add variety and indulgence to meals without extra cost, making them beloved staples in family traditions. Today, making bread pudding or trifles from stale baked goods remains delicious nod to classic frugality and kitchen creativity. Enhanced egg salad. Making egg salad creamier by adding spoonfuls of sour cream was mid-century twist on classic recipes that gave them richer, tangier texture. Instead of using mayonnaise alone, Betty Crocker recommended folding in sour cream or cottage cheese to lighten salad and add moisture without overwhelming fat. This adjustment enhanced flavor complexity while keeping dishes fresh and cool, making them favorites for sandwiches and picnic spreads. The dairy science behind this improvement involved understanding how different dairy products contributed unique textures and flavors to egg salad preparations. Sour cream's tangy acidity brightened the rich egg flavors, while its smooth texture created better mouthfeel than mayonnaise alone. The combination created more complex, balanced flavors. Adding sour cream also helped stretch mayonnaise amounts needed, useful tip during times when some ingredients were rationed or expensive. This creamy upgrade brought new dimensions to familiar comfort food, blending tradition with practicality. The technique allowed families to create more interesting flavors while managing ingredient costs effectively. Betty Crocker's test kitchens experimented with different dairy ratios and combinations to optimize both flavor and texture. They discovered that cottage cheese worked better in chunky egg salads, while sour cream excelled in smooth preparations. Some recipes incorporated multiple dairy products for complex flavor profiles. The technique also improved storage characteristics of egg salad preparations. The acidity in sour cream helped preserve freshness longer than mayonnaise-only versions, making it ideal for picnics and packed lunches where food safety was crucial. This preservation benefit made the technique particularly valuable during warm weather. Professional sandwich shops and delicatessens adopted similar techniques for distinctive egg salad preparations. Understanding how different dairy products affected texture and flavor allowed commercial operations to create signature recipes that differentiated their products from competitors. The nutritional benefits included reduced fat content compared to all mayonnaise versions while adding protein and calcium from dairy ingredients. This made the enhanced egg salad more nutritionally balanced while maintaining the satisfying richness that made it appealing. Subtle tang of sour cream balanced richness, making egg salad more refreshing and palatable on warm days. Although less common today, this classic combination remains a simple way to improve egg salad texture and taste while recalling vintage culinary charm. Layered Jell-O desserts. Layering Jell-O with fruit and whipped topping for festive desserts was a clever presentation trick common in classic American gatherings and holiday meals. Betty Crocker's recipes often featured bright, colorful Jell-O molded in layers, alternating with fresh or canned fruits and topped with fluffy whipped cream or marshmallows. This visually appealing dessert was both economical and fun, easily made with affordable ingredients that stretched to feed many. The gelatin science behind successful layering involved understanding proper setting temperatures and timing sequences. Each layer needed to set sufficiently to support the next layer without being so firm that layers wouldn't adhere properly. The temperature of added layers had to be carefully controlled to prevent melting previous layers. Layering technique created festive light dessert that balanced sweetness and texture, delighting children and adults alike. It was staple at potlucks, picnics, and family dinners during mid-century, symbolizing celebration and togetherness. The bright colors and varied textures made these desserts particularly appealing to children. Betty Crocker's detailed instructions included specific timing sequences and temperature controls for successful layering. Different Jell-O flavors had varying setting characteristics, requiring adjustments in technique. Some combinations worked better than others based on sugar content and acidity levels. People often customized layers with seasonal fruits or added nuts and coconut flakes for extra flavor and crunch. These personalizations allowed families to create signature desserts that reflected their tastes and available ingredients. Regional variations developed based on local fruit availability and cultural preferences. Professional food service operations used similar techniques for banquet and special event desserts. Understanding gelatin behavior allowed commercial kitchens to create impressive presentations while managing costs effectively. The techniques influenced modern molecular gastronomy applications. Eye-catching appearance made it centerpiece on dessert tables, encouraging conversation and smiles around gatherings. The visual impact was as important as the flavor, creating memorable experiences that became associated with special occasions and family traditions. While modern dessert trends have shifted, this nostalgic treat reminds us of simpler times when creativity and presentation were as important as flavor. Contemporary applications include updated versions using natural fruit juices and modern gelatin alternatives. Underground food storage. Burying food underground for natural refrigeration was one of quiet genius moves that let Native American families survive through blistering summers and brutal winters alike. It sounds almost too simple now, but when done right, it was remarkably effective. By digging deep shaded pits and lining them with grass, bark, or even cool stones, they created natural refrigerators that could keep vegetables crisp, fruits fresh, and even meat safer than leaving it above ground. The earth science behind this technique involved understanding soil temperature stability and insulation properties. Below the frost line, soil temperatures remain relatively constant year-round, typically between 45-55 degrees Celsius depending on geographic location. This natural temperature control created ideal conditions for food preservation without any external energy sources. There was art to it, dance with seasons and soil that few today remember. But wisdom of making Earth itself your storage partner never truly faded. When long journeys or harsh winters loomed ahead, native chefs had another brilliant solution for keeping their people nourished on the move, mixing wild berries, nuts, and hidden energy into one of history's first real trail mixes. The engineering aspects of underground storage required understanding drainage, air circulation, and protection from animals. Proper pit construction included sloped sides for drainage, protective coverings to prevent contamination, and strategic placement to avoid flooding during seasonal rains. These systems represented sophisticated understanding of environmental factors. This technique taught us that nature provides everything we need if we know how to listen. These underground cold storage systems could maintain steady temperatures year-round, protecting precious food supplies when survival depended on every morsel. The knowledge passed down through generations shows us that sometimes the simplest solutions are the most brilliant ones. Professional archaeological evidence shows that underground storage systems were used across multiple continents and cultures, suggesting independent development of similar techniques. Modern root cellars and cold storage facilities still use many of the same principles that ancient peoples developed through observation and experimentation. The environmental benefits of underground storage included zero energy consumption while providing reliable temperature control. These systems worked in harmony with natural cycles rather than fighting against them, demonstrating sustainable approaches to food preservation that remain relevant today. Contemporary applications of underground storage principles include modern root cellars, wine caves, and energy-efficient food storage systems. Understanding these traditional techniques provides valuable insights for sustainable living and emergency preparedness in modern contexts. Tell us your favorite Betty Crocker trick in the comments. Like the video if you enjoyed it and subscribe for more classic kitchen secrets.